What is up, everybody? Yep, they added Morgan's Veil today randomly, which, I mean, I'll take it. It's just, yeah, that's it. But I honestly think they added it because of all of the people that wanted it. I don't think they actually were going to add it originally. I think they decided because they had so many people asking for it. But hey, at least they put it in. Yeah, if enough people would ask for it, we probably would have gotten Lion King, but I think we kind of missed our chance, because isn't the Camelot second movie already over? Okay, well, let's see. We're testing Ushi, obviously. So this is going to be harder by quite a lot than what we were testing yesterday, because I'm intentionally not matching the buff type. Right, because yesterday we did neutral, but they were a buster unit, right? And then we did the quick one, we had a quick unit. Now we're not matching, so this is just so much harder. So we'll see how Ushi does here. Might actually not win, we'll see. Alright, sorry, I was taking my medicine there. Alright. Let's do this. Oh god, I think we're in slow-mo. Okay, we got a Brave Chain. I kind of want to do her Star Bomb right now, even though we don't have any other stars. If I had like 5 stars, I would do it. I guess I go for it anyway, just hope for the best. Like, even though she's got like cards, there's not enough stars to go around to give her good crits this turn. But the sooner I use it, the sooner it comes off cooldown. This is where like starting with a Star Bomb CE would have been good. Do I evade right now? I forgot to change David's CE. That is so useless here. It's a Saber. He doesn't need that at all. What a waste. I'll do that because Ushi has her own evade skill. Nice try, Lonely Boy. That almost worked. That almost worked. The context made it a reasonable question. Look at that not critting. We crit one time. Fucking sucks. And of course, she instantly lands the defense buff. I swear that they hack this boss and they have a higher chance of landing the defense buff. Like, there's just no way. It is absolutely insane how often they land that. Well, now we got an NP into the 40% defense buff, so we barely do anything, but, oh well. Hans just land the attack buff. That'll offset the defense buff somewhat. I swear, if she landed that 60% defense up and then I missed the 80% attack up, I would've lost my mind. We're an RNG fight right now. 91k. It could have been so much better. Still good. Okay. Guess I just art chain here. Maybe I should have used Hans's art card instead of the second David one. Okay, she has an 80% defense up and an 80% attack up. Like, yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, it's totally fair. Well, there's not even a point doing damage this turn, but I'll click buttons. Yeah, you couldn't land that 50% crit, eh? Look at that! That wasn't even a crit! Look at how much damage she just did! What a joke! Okay, do I Atlas David? Do I want Hans to live? Do I want Hans to live? Yeah, he's about to get his skill back, but I could just do invulnerability on him, and then yeah, this is greedy as fuck, but I'm gonna do this. I'm telling you, if you don't bring the command code to get rid of the defense buff, and you fight at neutral, this is pretty nasty. Like, that's some super tanky shit there. Command codes really do make this fight, though, significantly easier, but this is a good way of, like, pushing your value, like, testing value. Yeah, you also have units that ignore defense or naturally remove buffs, stuff like that. That'll make it a lot easier too. But again, we're trying to test like brute force value, so. We're of course gonna do some account reviews today. I think all the ones that I've got downloaded now are advice ones, so everybody actually needing help. Okay, give this, you know, I almost wanted to give that to Hans, but I guess he'll get his NP next turn, because he's at 25%. I just need Ushi not to explode this turn. This is not looking good. This is absolutely not looking good right now. We have not even gotten through the first health bar. Okay. Just crit for 8k, that's fine. What do I do here? I think I overcharge Hans's NP. Do I throw at David's evade to stabilize Ushi? I think I do. Man, this is... yikes. Not gonna lie though, Ushi's doing pretty well considering the circumstances, because like if Carmella didn't have the buster up bonus and everything, she would have struggled a lot more. So the fact that Ushi's hanging in this well and doing this much damage is pretty impressive. Because Carmella benefited from the permanent buster up and she had her anti-female niche, where Ushi's just straight normal here. Bad we didn't get the defense buff there. Ushi definitely needs it. If she dies, it's all over. Who sold Camelot Mordred? Yeah, I did that a long time ago, actually. It's not too hard because Mordred's hit count is so high, and you don't care if she's NPing or not because it's a saber. But yeah, Ku's kind of good, by the way. Oh, hold on just one moment, chat. Alright, I'm back. I'm probably gonna solo Gwen with Ku soon. Because he can do it at 100, it's just really, really hard. But now that you can go above 100, and you got the stronger extra attack, you should be able to do it no problem. Well, I wouldn't say no problem. I mean, it's still a saber with massive damage resist and everything, but he can definitely do it. Putting the quick card last, just for the extra star gen. Although, I don't know, maybe I should have gone for the... No, never mind, it didn't crit. And none of them crit, it didn't matter. But I'm saying maybe I should have gone for the bigger 60% crit there and take advantage of the buffs while I got him. Holy crap, Nero, you don't have a Buster deck! What a bunch of bullshit. Funny thing is, if Ushi dies, we would still win because of David, but that's not the point. You need to be a hell of an upgraded Ku to be able to solo Gwen in Camelot, but it is doable. Not only does the Ku need to be max upgraded, but you need like really good CEs and then to be leveled and like right command codes. Okay, I'm actually glad Hans died there because it lets me cover Ushi. If you know, we live, I tell you, man, Nero is just full of shit right now. Just buster, 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 buster. That is not what your deck is. Okay, I wish I could David evade right now. Why did I should have saved Ushi's NP, I think, but okay. Let's focus on NP gain. I think we got this. It's gonna be really close, but I think we got this. This is an amazingly good showing for Ushi though. Not the right card type, completely class neutral. Doing this well. It's like Ushi's a really good 3-star or something. Yeah, Artoria's buff with the 5 buster cards, because that's necessary. Man, I was hoping George. That's not good. That's not good. I wanted George to live one more turn. That's why I needed David's evade. And dying that soon is not ideal. Okay, well the good news is I can slow down her fucking buffs. She has so much attack and crit, this is ridiculous. I'd like Fuma to not die this turn, so I want to use his evade next turn. I can triple crit here. Do I take the damage or do I get NP gain? I think I take the damage, because you still get good NP gain while you're at it. I don't have any like evidence, but I have speculated, as have others, that the enemy's actions are dictated by their deck. Now that doesn't mean they follow the rules that you do, but if they have a triple buster deck, they're probably more likely to do a buster, right, than if they had a single buster deck. But I have it's very hard to test. You need a very big sample size to be able to confirm something like that. So I want to evade Ushi, but she hasn't gotten hit yet, so I guess there's not a lot of point, though, in evading Fuma. I could evade David, so then he lives to do the second skill. I could also just evade Ushi in case she gets attacked twice now. I guess I do that. We're so close to the win here. I tell you though, this is a great performance from Ushi. It's just very consistent damage, solid survivability, good NP gain. I mean, just really good. The fact that as a 3-star, she's doing this well at neutral and everything, it's quite good. Okay. Could save the evade. Well, I think I'll use it now. Although honestly, having the guts go off right now would be fine, but it doesn't really matter. We pretty much won. It was a good team though. The team setup was good. Not to toot my own horn, but it's like I know what budget units work together or something. Although I'm sure I could have made this a little bit better. I'm not sure about the Hans at the start. Damn, didn't quite get that last life. Yeah, David was no joke. Not much I can do about that though. Alright, we've won this turn. She's only got the one life, so only have to hit her twice. Yeah, she's done. I'll just cancel it. It's like just David card, double Ushi, it's over. And even if somehow it wasn't, we can, you know, evade. Oh, actually, we already have the other evade, and you got Leonidas' NP for the taunt, right? You get the stars. Like, there's no losing there. Yeah, clearly that's why chat backseats, right? There's a Rama. Let's see, what do we got here? What shall we test? Wouldn't mind doing some of the other 3 stars. I would say Robin, but he's counterclassing. I don't think Cursor will do as well. I think he'll do significantly worse. I think his overall damage output is just way lower. However, you would mostly use him as a backup DPS or as like a DPS working with another DPS to feed them crits, right? Like, and that's no joke. It's so easy for him to make stars without like handicapping the team. That actually works quite well. What about this Mordred? We are getting the Buster bonus again, but it's AoE. How about that? I kind of want to try that. I think it'll work. Hell, she actually might be able to solo this, because Gwen has soloed this, and Burgess has soloed this. Now, if you're going to solo it, we would need like proper command codes and all that kind of stuff. I kind of want to try that. Any chance you're in chat, Max? Because if you are, maybe we slap on some, you know, defense removal command codes or whatever, and see if she can solo it. Because I think she might. Those stats are so strong. Well, let's do it on a team for now, because I want to just see that kind of gameplay anyway, and then we'll see if we can get Max and change the command codes. It'll be worth doing. All right, what do we want to do? Maybe Qin Gong instead of George, but I could also replace Hans. I don't mind Hans at the start though, because Mordred's got a lot of crit stuff. Yeah, I don't know though. Starting with Qin Gong doesn't seem bad because you could get the Buster up right away, and I could give him Star Bomb or 2030. That's getting a little bit less budget though. I haven't actually watched the Gundam Hathaway yet though. I know what happens because I've seen like a lot of the book stuff. But I don't care for the cast too much in that. Yeah, and the 3D stuff I'm not crazy about. The newer Gundam stuff has been like that, and it's not really to my my liking. All right, let's go Star Bomb here. Yeah, Gundam hasn't made anything in a while that I was too crazy about, but hopefully one of these days. You got a backlog though that like it's massive with a bunch of good stuff in it, so I don't have a lot of complaints. Where's the Calamity Jane one? There it is. Okay. Do I keep Fuma? I don't think so. I think we do Shakespeare. Yeah, this seems reasonable. Maybe I do this though, just because of the NP. I don't think it'll come up in the right time though. I just gotta space out my Mystic Code and it'll be alright. Alright, let's get rid of this thing because we don't need it. Although I don't want to use this because that really does make David the DPS at that point, so. Could do that. That keeps David pretty slow. Like, I don't mind David getting value. That's a benefit of using David, even if he's not counterclassing. I just don't want him to steal our thunder. Yeah, we'll do that. That ought to keep him down. So, oh hey Max, I was AFK. Did you say you needed to change to the CCs? In a second. I'm gonna try to solo this in a minute with Mordred, because I think she probably can do it. But we'll probably just need like the Aya one on a Buster card, and maybe that art command code that removes attack and defense. Put that on an art card. That might not be necessary though, but it seems okay. Yeah, I think Mordred might be able to solo this. It'll be tough though, it really will be, but we'll see. Because although Gwen and Burgess can do it, Gwen and Burgess they're kind of like Canis, where they're not, even though their NP is AoE, they're not exactly AoE units, so they get good value in a straight single target scenario, where Mordred is kind of like that, but to a much lesser degree, right? She's got burst single target with the crits, but it's just super burst, and once it's done, it's done. She's way more like actual AoE, because Mordred's AoE performance, I think, is way better than Gwen's or Burgess's, because she can repeat NP rather easily, and her NP is upgraded and all that nonsense. However, Max's Mordred is so strong that it might not matter. Well, because like that extra attack and that extra save. Oh right, she has the extra saber damage. Yeah, I think she'll be fine. The only issue is if she gets Buster crit to Oblivion. So I don't know. Maybe you give her the the mask command code that lowers the enemy's crit. I don't know if that's worth it or not, but I feel like the only way that we would lose really hard is if we got crit. So maybe that's worth it. Alright, I could NP right now. I could Star Bomb right now. I can go. Okay, let me think. Bub, thank you for the Twitch Prime for 5 months, dude. That's a long time. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I need to do account reviews, and I'll do that after this stage. With the passive, second skill for 3 stars, without battery, is Rito Temple better or Leyline still better because more battery? It just depends on context. I mean, it just... You know, there are some scenarios where starting in P is the most important thing, and even 50% is not enough, right? Not every unit has a battery like Bedivere, right? But for example, with Bedivere, you might want to MP turn 1, so you still need Ryoto Temple, the passive, and then his third skill. So if anything, I would say the one that got more better is Leyline. I think Leyline has got even stronger than Ryoto Temple just because it is now possible for units with battery skills to NP immediately with the new passive, where they still can't do that with Ryoto Temple unless it's like Billy or something. So yeah, if anything, it favors Leyline even more. But Ryoto Temple's still good whenever it was good before, because sometimes the damage is what's important, and sometimes NPing on turn 1 is actually a bad thing for budget setups. So sometimes you have plenty of time. Like you might have trash mobs before the boss, and so you'd rather have the more NP damage down the road and stuff like that. So it just depends. But it's certainly, the new passive skills with the starting NP definitely gives you more to think about. I'll say that. There's more for budget anyway. I think it's less to think about for more whale stuff, but it is what it is. All right, let's see. I guess I'm gonna NP turn 1, I think. A little weird to throw out our third skill like that. And I'm a little worried we're not gonna have enough stars to crit here, because again, 0 stars from the prior turn. Well, we got 100% on that Buster. I'll take that. We'll do the crit up. Guess I'll make the stars as well. I guess I use Hansa's second skill then. So chat, I played Arc Knights today, and I've been playing a little bit these last few days just to kind of get ready for the Rainbow Six collab. And I got so lucky, you don't even know, chat. You don't even know. So, I mean, some of it wasn't luck. Some of it is because I basically don't roll in Arc Knights, because I've just always wanted to use the low stars, and I don't even bother with the high rarity stuff. So I had a lot of those like cube things. I don't even know what they're called in Arc Knights, but they're those like cube things you can use to buy the currency to roll or whatever. I had pretty much all of those from playing through the game and everything, and so I just used those and like whatever random SQ I had saved up, and I got all of the Rainbow Six stuff. I didn't get a lot of copies of them, so I can't like you know, talent them up or whatever. But yeah, I pretty much got all of them just like boom, boom, boom. It was like super fast. Like, okay, I got the really rare one, Ash on the like first 10 summon, and then I got Blitz on the next one, and then I needed like 2 more summons or something, and I got Frost. So I was like, okay, well, that was easy. It's nice though, because I like Arknights. I really like Arknights a lot. The only reason I don't play it more is one, it's not going anywhere, and it's more like a single player game to me. And 2, because I don't like a lot of the cast, especially for budget. I like playing more budgety just because the stuff's more fun that way. And there are some budget units in that game that I do like a lot, but there's not like a full roster, right, that I really like. So getting all the Rainbow Six people helps because I like them all, so it's a nice shot in the arm of units that I actually like. Some of them aren't technically low rarity, but if I'm going to make an exception, I'll be like, yeah, it's low rarity plus, you know, Rainbow Six stuff, because I like Rainbow Six. So I think that's fair enough. But yeah, that'll probably get me to play a bit more just because a bigger roster there. Dude, also, the one other time I rolled an Arknights, because again, I just don't roll in that game. I do like the recruitment thing, but that's it. They rated up like that Phantom guy, and I knew like nothing about him. As people were just saying, I'd probably like him. So they're like, oh, that Phantom guy looks cool. So I logged in, I did 1 summon, and I got him immediately, then I logged out. And I've actually never leveled him because he's a 6-star, and I haven't really, actually I've not used any 6-stars. But yeah, I got that Phantom guy from back in the day just in one shot. So I was like, okay, sure. Always lucky in other games, by the way. Okay, I would love to Hans NP, because I could overcharge Mordred, but I don't think it's worth it. We want some damage. This is the one turn that we know Nero won't have the fucking defense buff, so let's do big damage here. I do really like, I played some of the events in Arknights, and you know, I love the gameplay in that game, especially when you do keep it more low rarity, because then it makes the content that's not supposed to be that difficult, it makes it a bit more meaningful, and you have to actually think some, and that game is really fun to plan in and whatnot. Wow! What the fuck? What happened? What in God's name? Dude, I gotta tell you, dude, this anti-saber thing on Mordred is just nuts. Like, what the fuck? Dude! Like, we're AoE at class neutral. No, she does not get the bonus damage against, that's not how Mordred works. She doesn't get bonus damage on Nero. She only gets bonus damage on Artoria specifically. It's Artoria and Arthur. It's like Joan of Arc doesn't count, stuff like that doesn't count. It has to be, specifically someone that's actually Artoria or Arthur. It's actually kind of funny that it works on Arthur, because she doesn't have any beef with Arthur, really, and they get along a lot better. It's kind of weird, but, you know, Mordred things, so... Also, the game just, like, the flag is shared, so I don't think they even have a separate entity for that. I can't believe we just broke on turn 1 with AoE neutral. That is insane, but... We are level 112 and all that, but still, that is nutty. Alright, well, of course she has the defense buff, because, this game. I'm gonna wait to do Hans's NP, because Mordred, is guaranteed to have an art card in the next hand, as long as nobody dies, and then I can use Hans's NP to maybe get an art chain. This hand kinda sucks, though. Watch this Mad David damage. Yeah, MHX counts, I'm pretty sure. Even though MHX would protest to that, but I don't think Mordred cares. Okay, Mordred just took an absolute fuckload of damage there. Now I have to pick between the Art Chain and the Brave Chain. You know what? I'm doing the Brave Chain. You know, I'm gonna be really greedy. I'm actually gonna do David's skill right here to just make sure Mordred lives. Man, I shouldn't have used Hans then. The way I'm playing this, it doesn't actually make a whole lot of sense. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do Atlas on Mordred. We're going super gas mode. This is insane. Well, I'm quite sure she can solo the. Oh my god! What is that? I feel like Mordred is like, when she's this upgraded, she's essentially counterclassing. What the fuck? Nero didn't want to get outdone. What the hell? Has she even attacked anyone else? Like, literally, Mordred is the most likely person to survive because she's so high level and she's got the giant defense buff, and, you know, we give her the survival stuff. And everyone else is, like, totally fine on health, and Mordred's about to explode here. I can do invulnerability. The problem with that is no one else has taken any damage, so I won't have the taunt for the NP. I can actually get really close to just winning here, though. I guess we're gonna take the RNG, because I might be able to win by next turn, and then it's a 1 in 3. I wonder... We only have the 1 crit buff. Well, she's got the 40% defense buff. This doesn't quite kill him to be pissed. Damn it! Oh, damn it. The greed. Fuck, that sucks. We could have taken, potentially 3 lives. Yep, we could have taken 3 lives. If I just done the other order, we would have taken 3 lives right there. Which would mean, like, our odds of winning right now before she ever got her NP would be really good. I think we can still do it, though. These slow-mo, so I have more time to cancel the app. This is insane, though. We won so fast, and the team wasn't even optimized for gas. Yeah, it's over. She's dead. Wow. Wow. That was crazy. I guess she also did get the Buster Up, though. She had the Buster Up effect in that stage, so that is part of why she went so fast. But still, I mean, we used, like, Carmella here the other day, and she got the Buster Up anti-female and all that. Like, that was something, right? That's actually my main account. That's the wrong one. All right, let's try a solo real quick. See how that goes. Actually, let's do an account review, and then we'll do the solo. Excuse me. All right, let's see. We've got... I think the next one up was, Jisk. That's the name. It's just... It's, GSK, but nothing's capital or anything, so it's just... Not exactly a word, but, yeah, GSK underscore, by the way. That's clearly the important part. All right, let's see what we got here. Let me move my screen. Or GSK, excuse me. Almost got it right. There we go. Okay. I tried and failed most of the challenge quests in Guildfest. Oof. Now I want to test myself again because it's coming back to NA, so I'm assuming this is an NA account. If there's anything tips, if there are any tips, I would appreciate it. Thanks. I like the green smiley face. That's much better than, you know, literally any other smiley face. So I like that. And the background's green too. See, this guy knows what he's doing. Numbers written by an image represent NP levels. If there's no number, it's NP5. Okay, that's worth remembering. If there's no number, it's NP5. I have regular K-scope, 2 MLB soccer CEs, MLB painting summer. So it looks like not a lot of 50% starting NPCs. I'll keep that in mind. Try avoid using Graver, Scatty, Merlin, etc. if possible. I would recommend using those for Guildfest, though. Just saying. Farming is not priority, mainly for challenge quests and story. Okay, man after my own heart there. All right, what do we got here? I just knocked over my wallet. Okay. So, pretty low NP rank on Bedivere, but it's still useful. Okay, so Hokusai is NP5 and 10-10-10. Alright, so for Art Saber stuff, you've got Hokusai and Lancelot, so that's really good. So you're in good shape there. You got Landling for utility, that's excellent. He's only NP1 though, but it's still good. He's still really good at NP1, but that's definitely Wallet Coon. He's less good at NP1, like it is noticeable, but his other utility is still very solid. So your Bedivere 666, your Caesar's 111, that's a bit rough, but considering your other sabers for the most part, that's fine. Nero might be worth leveling up, especially you've got Romulus coming up in Guildfest, and Nero would be quite good. That wait a minute though. Isn't it bad that I can't remember? Isn't it bad that Nero is Roman inherently? I think that's bad for that fight because you want to be Roman when it's not damage time, so you take less damage. But when you want to nuke, you want to not be Roman. So there's basically you get the Roman trait throughout that fight, but you can get rid of it if you don't attack for a few turns or you do debuff clear. But Nero is just inherently Roman, so she'll like never do good damage to Romulus. So actually, not that great there. So never mind that. I mean, she can do some damage, she just won't do a lot. You have to buff stack her like crazy. So she'd be very tanky, but yeah, overall, probably not worth it. Let's think about that. For Romulus, I mean, Hokusai is good, and Bedivere is good. Those two are probably enough. You might maybe want like Saber Altar or something. The problem is all your other golds are, you know, low NP rank, other than I guess Rama. So that might be a little rough. You got Landling though. You can probably make that challenge quest work. It's not too bad, and you can always summon a friend Saber if you've got your own supports. Oh, and speaking of which, let me zoom ahead here to casters, because that's kind of important. You said you like to avoid OP casters, but it is just worth noting if you have them or not. Okay, you don't, so you'd have to summon one, so that's worth remembering. Okay, archers. Oh yeah, I didn't really give any advice here, but like it's because you're fine. I mean, you've got your options. If I was going to level anything though, it probably would be Nero. Might not help for Gilfest too much, but in the long run, Nero is really good. You do need a bit of AoE, I would say, and Nero is definitely better than Attila. Attila fucking is trash. It's really bad 5-star, unfortunately. Well, really bleh, 5-star. I don't know about bad, but nothing special. Okay, so you got Ash, but he's only MP1. You got Chiron, but he's only MP1. Pretty much, you're definitely free to play. I can just, it's obvious, right? All your golds are MP1. So, but he is Grailed, so pretty worth getting him to 10-10-10, I would say. I don't know how many lures you have, but I don't think you'll regret getting Hot Wheels to 10-10-10. That extra damage and lower cooldowns is really good on him. And you've Grailed him, so you clearly like him. So I think it's very much worth getting him to 10-10-10. So all your golds, though, are low NP rank, so you do want, like, Robin, but you've got that. It'd be good to get his skill ranks up a little bit, especially the first skill for just the cooldown on the poison, but I'm assuming you have the command code for poison, so it's probably not that big of a deal. You passed the David check, so that's good. Get second skill at 10. That's actually really good for Gilfest coming up. So that's handy. People keep asking me about Gilfest. I haven't played Gilfest 2 in so long. I need to go back and just like refresh on what was good there, because I don't fucking remember. I'll say this, I don't recommend holding back when you fight Achilles and when you fight Clown Boy, Meph. Those two fights, go ham. Like, go ham. Summon an OP support, whatever you gotta do. Don't. The other fights, I think you can still beat reasonably if you want to hold back. But yeah, those two, fuck it. Just do what you gotta do. So Ash here will be good for the Achilles fight, I would say. Because NP rank doesn't really matter there. It's more about normal card crits. Ash is great for that. Ash has survival. He has divinity. You need divinity to be your DPS for Achilles. You'll understand when you get there, but basically Achilles has to pick out one of your units, and like that unit has to solo them, and for them to do damage, they need to have divinity. They also have to not be a caster or an assassin. And they also have to not be female. And your NP damage is pathetic in that fight, so it's all about critting. So Hot Wheels is great there. So far, obviously I've only looked at the two classes, but so far Ash is your best pick for Achilles. But yeah, for the love of God, summon an OP support for that fight. It's pretty bullshit without, so use like Merlin or Waver or something. That disrespect towards Pent. There's something, I can't remember, something special happens with Pent there. Ultimately, it's way harder to beat it with Pent, but you can. But I don't remember how it works. I think she can like, you have the first health bar where like Achilles is supposed to take like almost no damage, but she can just like shred it or something. I don't remember exactly how it works, but it is really hard to use Pent there. They did that on purpose, obviously. Okay. Oh yeah. Anything else that needs to be leveled though? I mean, you got Stella, Arash, right? So you're fine. Your AoE is a bit weak, but overall it's not a big deal. You could probably level that to Lante, and that'll be good enough. And just hope you get another NP rank on her at some point to kind of fix. Oh, you have Koro too. I didn't see that, and she's Grailed. So yeah, good lord. Yeah, you don't even need to worry about Robin then, because assuming you like Koro because she's Grailed. If Hot Wheels is ever not enough because his NP rank is too low, you just use Koro, so you're totally fine. But yeah, in future, if you could get another copy of Atalante, that'll help this account a lot, because your AoE options there kind of suck, but it is what it is. Okay, you've got Fionn, only in P1, and his skill ranks are really low. If you ever need an AoE Lancer, though, he's extremely good. Let's see what else do you have for AoE Lancer. It's that and Liz. So I think Fionn for AoE stuff is better than Liz, but Liz has some support, so it can kind of depend. So it's kind of a decision. Fionn is better than Liz, but he takes way more. Oh, you got Valkyrie as well, but she's not leveled, so I'm assuming he doesn't like her as much. Also, she's well, she's in P2. Well, so here, that doesn't really change anything I was going to say, though. So, Fionn is still the best of those AoE Lancers. The thing is, he has by far the highest skill mat requirement. If you get him to 10-10-10, he's the best. But if you're all going to be like a 5-5-5 or whatever, then he's not really. And it's just really tough to get him to 10-10-10. But he is very good at 10-10-10. It'll be excellent for farming and challenge quests. Liz is very low investment. You could keep her at 4-4-4 or whatever, and she'd be really good for farming and whatnot. And kind of for Valkyrie, she's pretty reliant though. The problem with Valkyrie is you don't have Scatty, so you could summon a friend Scatty, but one Scatty and one Valkyrie doesn't actually farm that well. So honestly, unless you like Valkyrie a lot, I wouldn't really worry about it. Like, I would either level Fionn if you're wanting to go ham with his skills, and if not, I would focus on Liz, because she's in P2 anyway. And she's so much lighter on the mats that it would not be a bad decision. All right, so you've got Ku, you got his second skill at 10 there, the other ones are at 1. I would probably get his first skill up just in case. I mean, you've got some okay Lancers, but again, their MP ranks are pretty low, so definitely worth getting Ku's first skill to at least 6. That Vlad, though, that's cool. I like it's NP3 and you got decent skill ranks, so you've got good single target Lancers. And honestly, extra Vlad is really worth using. Just remember that he has taunt, right? Just remember he has taunt. Is 10-10-4 okay? I mean, preferably you want him to be 10-10-10 because all 3 of his skills interact with his farming and his loop ability, but 10-10-4 is certainly fine. I mean, you'll get plenty of value out of him that way. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so Vlad, just remember that he has taunt. There's a lot of times you can take advantage of that. You can use his defense up and Starge and all that to help the team out. Like, he's a extra Vlad's a very good unit, especially if the enemy's evil. Like, I think he's really slept on. You gotta you gotta plan around it. You want to be able to capitalize on his toolkit, but there's a lot of hard boss fights out there that he can make a lot easier. Never underestimate taunts. It's something to really keep in mind. And if you can do damage while you throw out a taunt for like a block an NP or something, that's very good. So you got Crazy Eyes, you got Tam Lancer. Tam Lancer's okay, but I mean, at NP1 is pretty blah. I mean, I would value Ku and Crazy Eyes over Tam like any day. Medusa Lily's pretty good. If you like her, it's not bad leveling her skills up. She's also kind of skill rank dependent, but if you do get her up, she does perform pretty well. But between your other maxed out Lancers that you already have, unless you like Medusa Lily, I wouldn't really bother. But yeah, it's kind of up to you between Fionn and Liz, and it comes down to if you're okay with using the mats on Fionn or not. And if that's a problem and you don't have the mats, I would definitely use Liz, because Liz is pretty good. Like, I don't like her or anything, but gameplay-wise, she's quite solid. Okay, so Ryder, we gotta obviously think about Demeter down the road. Definitely worth having. Martha is just so good. Martha's, it doesn't matter what her NP rank is. Martha's utility is amazing. She's absolutely worth getting her her buff removal skill to 10 and her debuff clear skill to 10. I think that's 2 and 3. I think. Very, very good. Like, it helps you in so many fights. And again, Demeter's coming, and she'll be super, super helpful for that. If you've got Martha, Achilles, Ushi, and I guess Ryoma, maybe, that's probably all you need to beat Demeter, I would say. Like, Achilles is obviously AoE, but he's got decent single target stuff. He's not amazing for Demeter, but he's solid. You probably don't need to worry about Alexander unless you like him, because you have Martha, so I wouldn't bother with that. So yeah, I think you're just barely ready for Demeter. It might be a little rough, but I think you have exactly what you would need. You've got enough solid units that are good in that fight. Alright, so you have Caster Nero. That's super good. She's just so powerful. She's basically a single target caster because her normal card damage is so high and everything. Like, her skills are just incredible. So if you ever get her third skill to 10, it's definitely worth it. If you ever get a chance to get her NP2 as well, that'd also be really, really good. But she's fine at NP1. You got Cersei as well. Terrible skill ranks, but it's also anti-debuff, so that's good. Oh, and you have Asclepius. I was going to say, you could actually maybe squeak by with not having Asclepius on this account. It's still obviously good to have him because Asclepius is amazing, but you've got him anyway, so fuck it. So you've got Caster Gill, and he's maxed. So you kind of favor art units, then you just have a lot more support for them. And you got Chloe, so that's a good option. So do you have Chen Gong? Because this account wants that really bad. Yes, you do. His skill ranks are pathetic, though. I would definitely prioritize that. That's going to very much help this account, and you probably will need it for Guildfest. I would definitely try to get him to like 6, 10, 10 is like the ideal at least. But if you 4, 10, 10 or whatever is fine too. But yeah, getting the max second and third skill with Chen Gong is very useful, especially because you don't have Merlin or Waver. So yeah, maxing out the Chen Gong is going to be a good investment. All right, let's see what else we got here. You got Nidochris for farming, that's good. You got Cersei for backup DPS. So you don't really need a level caster, Ku or Babbage. Like you're in the rare situation where you have gold casters that can actually get some boss killing in. That's super rare. If you needed more, because that might happen, especially with Nero just being in P1, I guess Babbage. But I would say for the most part, you're good on caster DPS, because you also got shooting as well. So I think you're all right. You're very rare that I say that people are okay on DPS casters. But I'd say, oh, and you have Plot Monk. Although I will show you, she's in P1. You know, Plot Monk in P1 is a little disappointing, but it's still something. So yeah, you don't need to level the budget casters unless you just want to do budget stuff. But from what I remember you saying, it's like you only try to avoid the OP supports, not so much the DPS. And the thing is, DPS really can't be OP. That's the thing. Wait, he has Ilya? Wait, where's Ilya? I don't see Ilya. I see Nursery. Oh no, there she is. She's not leveled. So yeah, you literally have every good DPS caster basically, because it pretty much is Saber Nero, Plot Monk, and Ilya. So yeah, you do not need to worry about the budget casters at all. But yeah, I agree with people that want to just make the game more challenging. The thing to do is just don't use the OP supports. You know, good DPSs are nice and everything, but they don't trivialize the game. Like that's almost never a thing. Hey Hex, how you doing? Okay. So you got Mozart as well. Definitely want to get that first skill up, because again, you've got good art supports, and like you said, you're trying to avoid the OP stuff. So yeah, if you're going to avoid the OP stuff, you want the budget casters to be up. You do have Hans, and he's Grail, so that's excellent. But definitely focus on Chen Gong over Shakespeare. But Mozart's pretty worth leveling up. Like, at least you have his third skill, but you know, it's very much worth getting that first skill up. Let's see, so you don't have Clown Boy leveled. That might be worth doing for the utility, but you have Fuma. You could probably get away with just Fuma. Sometimes, though, you want that extra buff block, because Clown's is 3, where Fuma's is only 1. But you don't need it too often, so as a, like, Band-Aid, Fuma is fine. So you don't really have to level Clown Boy if you don't want to. I wouldn't put it as that high priority. It would be useful still, though. But overall, on this account, that's not what I'd be worrying about. So you got Gray, you got Fuma for AoE, you got Ushi as well. Really low skill ranks, but for like farming and stuff, that's fine. She's got the battery, if I remember correctly. So for single target, you've got Max, Hunterface, and Shiki is Grailed. That's pretty much all you need. And then if art is ever bad, you've got Carmella there as backup, and Chiome as well. That's art too. But so your assassins look great. As for like challenge quest stuff coming up, I mean, Fuma's the thing to have, but you've got it, so that's good. Yeah, I don't think you need to worry about anything really. Jet Kita is really good, but because she's in P1, I wouldn't bother. If anything, get Yu up, because Yu's gonna get buffed soon, and then in P2, she's actually quite good for AoE stuff. You won't need her though for Guildfest. That's not gonna be too important. Unless there's an AoE fight that I'm forgetting where she would be good, but I don't think so. Okay, getting Jerker up would definitely be good. Not too needed for Guildfest, but it's still certainly good. Definitely worth the investment. Especially because you've got that max out Penth there that's in P2. That means getting Jerker. The synergy between Penth and Jerker is just awesome. They make a really good team. Probably worth getting Asterios up. They're just boss fights from time to time, where Asterios will just save your ass. And he's so low investment. It's worth doing. The only skill rank you need to level is the second one. That's it. And you don't even necessarily have to max it. So you got Spartacus for farming and such. That's good. Pretty much all the standard stuff. Oh, you have Ibaraki. That's actually not bad, just because of her buff removal. Like, for typical Berserker stuff, she's not that good. And Jerker and Penth are way better. Like, even at 80, Jerker is better than a 90 Ibaraki. But there are times that the buff removal stuff is really useful, and there's probably some fights in Guildfest that was good, and I don't really remember. Again, it's been way too long, so people are asking about that so much. I really need to, like, refresh my memory on Guildfest, because I'm struggling to remember a lot of the fights. I guess there's the Taiga one coming back, too, and that's actually really noteworthy. So you could level Valkyrie here specifically. I'll say this. Valkyrie is super good for the Taiga fight. AoE Lancer Quick is just so meta with the way all the gimmicks line up there. And if you have your own Valkyrie with high skill ranks and an NP2, that means you're free to summon a stronger support to help them. Where if you're not wanting to use a stronger support, you could summon a friend's Valkyrie, but that is going to be tough. And in that case, you're going to want like the David and the Hans and those kinds of options that you already have. So if you level anything for that Taiga challenge quest, it would definitely be the Valkyrie there. It is possible to do that fight with a Berserker and things like that, and you've got some decent options for that. So AoE Lancer is not the only way. I just find it to be the easiest one. Let's see, what else? You got the MHX one. That's mostly about survival and picking off certain enemies. You've got pretty good options for that because, I mean, you've got everything from Achilles to Ku and that kind of stuff, and Hot Wheels. So I think it's more about the planning, less so about what units you need. Oh yeah, and you got Hokusai there, so that's useful. And she's Grailed and in P2. There are quite a few fights where that'll be good. Like, hell, you could use that for the Leonidas fight coming up in Guildfest. That's, I guess, another reason, though, to level Nero, Saber Nero. She'd be useful for that Leonidas fight. You don't... AoE Lancers are really good there, and your AoE Sabers are really good there. And you don't have a lot of good options there, so Nero would help there. But you could probably get away with doing Hokusai or something like that. Like, Hokusai really is good there. Level your Angra. I don't know about that one. Alright, so, what do we got here? So you've got a pretty strong Mecha Liz. I would recommend at some point, maybe not for Guildfest, but at some point I would try to get that Passion Lip up. She's a much better alter ego than Mecha Liz. She's just so useful. Ultimately, Mecha Liz is only useful because she's an alter ego. Her toolkit's not that good. Where Passion Lip is also an alter ego, but then she actually has a good toolkit. So, now you grailed her though, so you clearly like Mecha Liz. And so you can still use Mecha Liz, but if you need an alter ego, you could use Mecha Liz with Passion Lip. That works pretty well. That Martha's good. That actually is really useful for a lot of boss fights throughout FGO. Great in Lost Belt 5. There's so many things with Divinity in Lost Belt 5 too. And even debuff stuff. Martha can basically be a really impactful unit for basically every single major boss in Lost Belt 5 too. And she's also really good in Lost Belt 6 as well, actually. On my ult account, she was my, like, cleanup DPS for Fluffy. She hit the final health bar in Fluffy for, like, 700,000. It was crazy, although my Martha's, like, NP2 or 3, so it's not exactly the same. But still, she's really good there. And yeah, you can bring 3 Lizzes. The game lets you do that, because the 2 Mecha Lizzes don't actually have the same ID, so you're allowed to bring them both. Wouldn't worry too much about Summer Artoria unless you like her. She has very fun gameplay, but overall it's not that practical. I can't think of a lot of challenge quests and stuff where she actually will help you that much. She's okay, but a lot of times the low stars of like the right niche and stuff end up being a lot better than she is. There's occasionally some uses for her, but nothing that high priority. Okay, so command codes. This is actually really important. For like Guildfest, having the right command codes is a really big deal. You seem to have most of the good stuff, and this screenshot was taken a while ago, so like you probably have the Merlin one now, I would really hope. Do you have a poison one? Yes, you have a poison one. That's good. So you've got good options. You pretty much have all the basic stuff you'll need. You've got the anti-defense one, anti-attack one. Do you have Aya? You've got the Gilgamesh one, so I assume you have Aya. I don't see it. That's weird. I see the Gilgamesh one, and I see Chains of Heaven, but I do not see the Aya one. Am I blind, chat? I don't see the Aya command code here. That's really unfortunate because it's really good, and there are plenty of boss fights where that is like one of the best command codes. At least though you've got the anti-defense one, that 3-star command code that removes the defense buff. That's a perfectly reasonable stand-in one, so it's not that big of a deal. That is unfortunate. Oh, can they get it in the rerun? It's not out yet? Really? I had no idea it was that far into the game. I had no idea it was that far into the game. So I guess they're about to get it then. Huh. I was thinking it was in the original, but I guess not. Well, that makes sense. Well, you got a decent amount of apples. I mean, it's nothing to write home about, but I mean, this is, it's not embarrassing, right? It's respectable, and you can use that in Guildfest if you want to get a bunch of skill gems and whatnot. So no, your account looks good. You made some pretty good decisions. You're very lucky with how many DPS casters you have, so you just don't have to deal with that whole assassin bullshit problem that most people have. But absolutely get that Chin Gong up. It's going to be so useful with your Hot Wheels Ash here. Like, it's so good. Like, this Ash, if you could, I would really prioritize getting him to 10-10-10. That's so worth the lures. Throughout the Guildfest Challenge Quest, Lost Belt 5, Lost Belt 6, all that stuff coming down the road, Ash will not let you down. He is just so good. There are fight after fight after fight, challenge quest after challenge quest, because there's loads of challenge quests coming on NA before you even get to Lost Belt 5 and 6 and stuff. And Hot Wheels is amazing for many of them. So yeah, it's so worth it to focus on that Hot Wheels. And you clearly like him because he's grailed, so I don't think you'd regret it in the slightest. But definitely also focus on like the Martha and the Chin Gong. Those three things really come to mind, like the first things you should probably focus on, I would think. But yeah, other than that, looking good, and maybe get that Mozart first skill up too, especially if you want to keep things, you know, more budget, like with supports and whatnot, then it's pretty important to do that. But yeah, other than that, looking good, and I hope you know, you can touch base with me when you get to Guildfest and let me know how it's going. I really want to know how, like, my viewers and stuff that are the ones that are really interested in doing Guildfest and whatnot, like the challenge quests. I want to know how they do. All right, let's get back to the Mordred solo that we were gonna do. Gotta unlock the app though. There we go. All right, go back to main interlude. All two of these. There we go. All right, these command codes look pretty solid. If we want to change anything, it's probably the mask on an art card. I don't know if that's necessary at all, but if we end up needing to spam the mask, we'll want it on an art card, I suspect. But that may not be necessary, so we shall see. I guess Atlas? Yeah, I think Atlas. What's your opinion on the Witcher series? It's alright. The combat isn't as engaging as, like, I would care for. Some of the UI elements are kind of clunky. It's just... It's got an okay combat system, though, but it's certainly... Oh, yeah, we are zoomed in. But it's not... That's my biggest beef with it, really, is just the combat system is not... like, up to snuff for what I would want out of, like, an action game. And I get it, it's more of an RPG story game, but I care more about gameplay, so... But, you know, it's fine. I don't mind it. A lot of effort was put into it and whatnot. I'll say this, I've never really liked the main character that much. And that's a pretty big turnoff. Like, that's a big reason I don't play it much, is because I don't like... Yeah, the first game's combat is a joke, but, you know, what are you gonna do? But I just don't really like the main character that much. I don't hate him, but I don't really like him. I'm so in about him, and then because the game is so story-focused, that really takes me out of it. And the combat is just, like, passable. It's not like, you know, Ninja Gaiden Black or something, right? So it's not really up my alley, but I get why people like it a lot, because it has a lot of content. A lot of people do like the character, and it does have, like, a lot of effort put into the world and the story and everything. So it's certainly a quality game, but it's not quite up my alley specifically. But yeah, it's fine. Glad it exists, certainly. I guess I'd kill George first because of the Star Absorb. Yeah, I played Dragon's Dogma quite a lot, actually. So, the combat system in that game is really good. It's just, it's so easy to outscale the game, right? And, like, New Game Plus in that game doesn't scale enough and whatnot. But then there's the Dark Arisen content. The Dark Arisen content in Dragon's Dogma is just amazing, and it's a really fun thing to do at the end of the game. You spend all this time building up your characters and your gear and your fashion or whatever, and then you get to go into this just huge dungeon with all these crazy bosses and, you know, really detailed you know, dungeon crawling, and then really fancy final boss. And then when you beat it, it resets the dungeon. It's even harder, and there's a new final boss, right? I really like that in Dragon's Dogma. It's such an awesome, like, in-game dungeon you get to do, and there's a lot of fun ways to approach the game. So I really like Dragon's Dogma, but it's paced like garbage, and it's like the pacing on the enemies and how they get stronger compared to how much stronger you get is completely whack. You know, aside from the only content that scaled well is the Dark Arisen content at the end, right? The rest of it is just way too easy after like level 10, right? And it's just a stat thing. They have decent move sets in AI. It's just the stats are so wrong in that game. But it's a decent game. The story's a bit silly, but you know, what do you? It's not. That's kind of the point, I guess. It's more of a open-ended RPG and whatnot. I'm very interested in the sequel because I think Dragon's Dogma is like a diamond in the rough. You know, it's like it has so much potential, but it definitely missed the mark in some areas. Where they're working on a second one now, and I really hope they're able to, you know, clean it up, make the enemy scaling better, and you know, just fix like the pawns, you know, being obnoxious as shit and stuff like that. So I very much look forward to the second one, but I did very, very much enjoy the original. Yeah, the fact it didn't have co-op sucks. I think they said it was supposed to have co-op, but it got cut. Because Dragon's Dogma was a rushed development cycle, which shows. It really shows. And it's a shame, because I think that game has some incredible potential. I mean, like, absolutely incredible potential. It's like a lot of, like, Dark Souls elements mixed with, like, just more open RPG stuff and, you know, more exploration-focused and that kind of stuff. So a lot of potential there. A lot of interesting stuff with the class customization and whatnot, so... Yeah, only the online one was region locked. The regular game you can just buy wherever. Okay, this would not be a bad time to NP, but it would be a bad time to use our third skill because we'd waste the defense up. I guess I save it then and I make stars. Like, Dragon's Dogma is a game that you can make very challenging and engaging if you either mod the game or you hold yourself back and like you solo and stuff like that instead of using the pawns, and you know, you don't do some of the OP shit. But it's so easy to just strong arm that game and make it a joke, right? You have to like hold the game's hand to keep the combat from being trivial, which is a shame because the combat system is really good. So it's just scaling mess ups really. Except for the Dark Arisen content, though. Dark Arisen content is good. Alright, that's enough of Dragon's Dogma. Let's see what we're doing here. I guess I click all the buttons except the third skill. I'm so susceptible to getting blown the fuck up right here, though. Oh, God. Yeah, I think we need to change the command codes. If anything, we need to put maybe the mask on the Buster card, right? Or even, that's tricky. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say where the command codes should go. Hey, Cairo, look at you raiding me. I was gonna raid you later. But thank you for the raid, Cairo. Shit. What are we doing here? I guess we Buster because we just can't go without the value. I'm so worried I'm gonna get crit here, though. I also want to, I want to do art, though, because I want to get rid of her attack buff. I don't like having my no third skill, right? And then her having that giant attack buff. Huh. Alright, I'm gonna be... This is so reckless, and we're throwing so much damage out the window. It's actually not reckless, though, because it's the safer play in terms of our health. It's just... If we don't break here, it's really bad. Oh, wow. Holy crap. What the fuck? Never mind, not even close. Okay, Mordred is disgusting when she's fighting sabers or lancers, either one. Like, that anti-saber thing is just nutty. Like, that extra attack does so much damage against sabers. Alright, we took an absolutely stupid amount of damage there. I'm not sure Atlas was right. I think we should have gone Anniversary Blonde. We're not... The fight's not gonna go on long enough, I don't think. I want to get rid of that attack buff again, and I want to make stars. I think I do... this. Because if she's going to kill us, she's going to kill us with a crit, so giving her the crit down and getting rid of the attack up actually helps quite a lot. Because, like, no joke, we could have died there if we didn't use those command codes. Alright, I can NP right now, but I guess we wait. I guess I make stars again. This is crazy. I cannot believe how much damage she's doing at neutral. So I looked up FGO story replay on Google, and one of the first results is a guy asking about it in 2015. So, long time ago. Long time ago. Pretty fucked up, man. Alright, this is the shitty turn, because... See, I think I needed to go faster. I could have killed her this turn, I think. Especially with Anniversary Blonde, because we're pretty likely to die here. The one way we're more likely to survive is if I get rid of the attack buff, but again, it's on an art card, and it has to be on an art card for that one. That's tricky. I can triple kill her, it's just, that's not enough. And if I don't, let me think. I could Buster kill, NP kill, and then I could art extra, and that'll kill too. So we do that. So we just need to do 107k here. That was close, but we got it. I want story replay so bad. I want it more than ever, especially because of Fluffy. Like, I want it so bad. So if we live here, we win, because we killed 3 lives, so she only has 1 left. Okay, she's wasting time healing, the big dummy. Whoa! Yep, really glad we removed that attack up. Not even close. Okay, we definitely win here because we can do the Buster card that removes the defense buff and then, you know, Art Buster, so she's dead. That was really close at the end there. I think it would have been better to use Anniversary Blonde and try to have won a turn sooner. I think that would have removed more RNG, I think. I don't know, it's hard to say though because the way Guts works there. That was pretty tough actually. Like, it just, Mordred can delete you. If you don't have hard survival, you can just die like that. Because Mordred there has so much health because she's so high level and she had the big defense buff and she still almost just instantly died. And that's with us bothering to remove the attack up over and over again. If we weren't removing the attack, if we had failed to remove that attack up even one of those turns that we had done it, and we did it like 3 times, we would have died, obviously, because we only had 100 health. So it's 8 levels to go. Yeah, it's gonna get stronger. I'll tell you what, Mordred actually got a pretty good shake when it comes to those passives. The combination of the extra attack up and then the anti-saber up and the fact that she has an NP that's got a niche against a bunch of sabers, or a very certain group of sabers, that can just result in so much damage even when you're not counterclassing, so it works pretty well. I don't think she got the best shake of the passives. I actually think Ku did. I think Ku's got some of the best passives. I can't show it yet because I don't have Ku coins. But like Fluffy would have been so much easier if I had had Ku's passives, right? Like it'd be so much, yeah. And Kidu as well. And Kidu and Ku both just got such a good shake because it's not just because they got Berserker. It's not. It's because they're units that are going to be put in situations where they get to use their extra attack practically, right? Like Mordred, you're not necessarily going to be using in a last man standing or a solo practically that often, so she's not necessarily going to get her extra attack, you know, that much. Where Ku and Enkidu, in loads of practical scenarios, it's like even against Fluffy, right? Even if you use Ku as your main DPS, at the end, a lot of the times it comes down to Ku being by himself. So you have 2 or 3 turns of Brave Chains, and those are some of the most important turns in the whole fight. So getting that extra attack damage is big, especially if you combine it with the anti-berserker damage or whatever. It's a huge deal. So Enkidu and Ku are units that you will use in solo or last man standing just for pure practicality's sake, and that means their passives are getting a lot of boom for their buck. Where a lot of the other units, not so much. Oh yeah, I could definitely see Ibuki beating this because she's Buster, and she actually has a lot of survival. So, and survival is really important. Like, survival is really important against Nero. The only way I see units doing this at neutral that aren't Buster is if they have survival, right? Like, if you don't have the Buster to benefit from the stage gimmick, it's going to take longer, right? It's just going to take longer to fight Nero, and that means more times where Nero gets to punch you in the face, and Nero can just one-shot you so easily that you're absolutely going to need survival. Canis would not have a chance here because she is a Lancer, but we could use her on something. I wouldn't mind trying, where could we use Canis? That sucks, dude. Lancers get scuffed here because Emiya is good for testing, but he's Archer, and that's way too easy for a Lancer then. And then Nero would be really good for testing, but then they're being counterclassed. You could do this? Yeah, just a little bit, guys. There's no way Canis soloed Nero. There's no way. There's absolutely no way. That doesn't seem even remotely possible. Unless I'm just crazy. Buff stack on Vlad. If someone has Vlad, maybe. Can I grail David, dude? You wouldn't. I don't think you'd even need to be grailed because David's counterclassing. Like it's not. This is not even remotely hard to do if you're counterclassing. None of these are. So I guess you could use Canis here, but this one I think is easier. I think. Canis got to 1 guts. I mean, that's pretty impressive to be honest. To getting that far. The only Lancers I could see maybe soloing that if they don't have help, right? If you have help with like George's Bond, CE and stuff, you could probably have other ones do it. But the only Lancers I could see potentially doing it are Ku and Enkidu because they're busted. In that fight though, I think Ku is favored over Enkidu because there's so much damage coming your way and the boss is not divine. Wait, is Nero divine? She shouldn't be. I don't think she is. I'd be kind of pissed if she was, to be honest. Yeah, she's not divine. If she was divine, then Enkidu could probably do it. Hey, Ryu, thank you for the 24 months, 2 years, man. Long ass time. Yeah, Ku just has so many turns where he can't die. Like, no matter what the damage output of the enemy is, he normally does better against Sabers than Enkidu does. But I don't think that's true if they have Divinity. Like, Enkidu, when the enemy has Divinity, is just completely broken. I'll try Ku there once I get more coins on him. I want to... They're kind of saving him for... You know, it feels like wrong using him now. I guess I have the extra attack one, though. That's the important one. But maybe we will try that then, see how he does. Let's do an account review, though, so before I forget. So we did just... so let's do... Board Sebastian. I don't think I remember seeing anyone named Board Sebastian in my chat, so either their name doesn't match or they are a lurker. Either that or I forgot. Let's see. Advice review, 1-year-old account. Got Liz on first roll of tutorial summon. Started in Fate 0, rerun, got Zerkalot waiver, and then Gilgamesh. Well, we'll see that in the review, so... like I said, the main thing, and I keep saying this, but the thing is, I'm so behind on account reviews. Almost every review we've looked at were from the first 2 days of, wait, is he in chat? I don't even, but most of the reviews I've done were literally from the first 2 days of submissions, and that was before I was telling people to, like, you know, include if you're, like, challenge quest focused, or if you're, you know, farming focused or whatnot. So most people haven't updated their, like, you know, intro text to match that kind of thing, unfortunately. Okay, so... Is it about a year-old account? Okay. What do we got here? We got Hokusai and Sitting Master, and Lancelot. So, very art-focused. That makes me say you should probably level Landling then, because he's also a Saber, and then he buffs art teams, and he's also just good utility anyway. So when I look at this, 100% level Landling, right? Like, I don't, like, fuck it. The one issue that I see is just the fact everything is art. So if you fight a boss that has a gimmick where art is bad, and that happens from time to time, you have no alternative. So maybe level Bedivere just because of that. Unless Bedivere is in P1, then level Caesar. That's kind of low priority, though. I wouldn't worry about it too much. See you, Zal. Thank you for hanging out, man. But yeah, the only issue is just the fact that you're so art focused. But if you need hard survival, you've got Sitting Master. If you just need damage, you have Hokusai and Sitting Master, and Lancelot. But definitely level Landling. This account just makes so much sense to level Landling on. He's a Saber, art support, and just good utility regardless. And you're so art focused there. Let's skip ahead to Caster. Okay, so you've got Caster Guild, so that should be pretty high priority to get his skills up, because again, you've already got so much art stuff. We'll see what else you have on the account. You should definitely prioritize getting your Asclepius up, though. He's so good. If you have Asclepius, always level him. I can't even think of a circumstance where that's not true. The only way I would say it's not true is if you have Martha, you have Joan of Arc, you have Castor, Artoria, and you have Medea Lily. If you like already had all those things leveled, then you don't really have to level Asclepius. But even then, it's not bad. So Asclepius kind of good. Let's see. Do you have Martha? Okay, you do not have Martha. Let's see if you have Joan of Arc. You do not. You have Jolter, so in a way. But so because of that, you have very little anti-debuff. You need to level your Asclepius very much so. You need to get him up. That should be extremely high priority. I'd put that way over Landling. You know, Landling would be super nice to level on this account, but 100% you need to get that Asclepius up. I will say though, Landling would be so good on this account with Castergill. Landling, Castergill, and an Art DPS. That's a great setup. And then or Waver, right? You can mix it in with Waver and stuff. So you have good options there. So definitely think about Landling. I will say though, maybe not the highest priority though, just because Waver Castergill is good enough, right? Castergill is a great art support, so you can get away with not leveling Landling for a while, I would say. But it's certainly a good thing to have. All right, let's back it up here. So you got super big Gilgamesh there. I don't know what NP rank he is, but he's pretty good at NP 1 even. So that's pretty much all you need for AoE Lancer. It's pretty much all you need for single target Archer, not Lancer earlier. It's all you need for Archer. It's just lack of survival, right? That's the only problem. But you've got Chloe and whatnot if that's ever a problem. So honestly, Gil is so good. Gil and Chloe is really all you will ever need for your DPS archers. Like, you're done. You don't need anything else. You know, maybe you need Billy just for the backup with the really fast charge and P and stuff like that for very specific challenge quests and stuff. But yeah, you're pretty much good. The only other thing would be like a Rosh, but you have that level for farming. Get your fucking David second skill to 10 though, because you don't count David as an archer, you count him as David. The fact that Chloe and Gil are so good does not lower your need for David. And this account really needs David's second skill at 10 because you don't have Merlin, you don't, all you've got is Waver, then David working with Waver works really well. So this account definitely needs, at least you have it at rank 6 though, so that's totally a good hold me over. But this account is a textbook account that's going to need David's second skill up because you don't have Joan of Arc either, right? So definitely you need to get David up. I would probably not put that as high as priority as Asclepius though. Like, you really need to get that Asclepius up. Okay, but yeah, seriously, Gil and Chloe is pretty much all you're gonna need for the DPS side of stuff. So pretty much level anything else at your leisure. You know, go wow. Well, you got that in Kidu, 10, 10, 10. Well, there you go. There's your DPS for Fluffy in 2 years. I'm serious. In 2 years. It really is worth looking ahead like that. Fluffy is a roadblock, like, Jesus Christ. I see scrubs, like, can't even beat Fluffy when they use blue cubes, man. Like, people dying to that guy like crazy. So, yeah, this Enkidu is absolutely your DPS for Fluffy, 100%. He'll make it way easier. You've already got him grailed. You've already got his skill ranks maxed. He's your guy. Maybe buy the Anti-Divinity Craft Essence from the Rare Prism shop if you don't have it. So you could use the Anti-Divinity Craft Essence or Black Grail on Enkidu, and that's your DPS for Fluffy, right? You're still gonna have to min-max his support like a motherfucker, right? You're not gonna win easy, but having a good DPS like that is gonna make it much better. And you could use Ku as cleanup actually in some setups, because your Ku is grailed as well. So you're actually way better off. You know, we've done the Fluffy check on almost every account, and I'd say most of the accounts we've looked at are not looking that great for Fluffy. They might have a few options, but you know, it's still looking rough. This account's looking okay though. Your supports do kind of suck for it, but if you get Asclepius up and Mash, that's what you need, right? Mash and Asclepius with the Caster Toria they give you, then maybe Waver in the back. Like, this account, if you level up your Asclepius, I think it already has what it needs to beat Fluffy, so that's good. As for Gilfest coming up, let's see, for the Taiga fight, oh boy, you don't have a whole lot that's really good for the Taiga fight, but you could always summon one from your friend support list. And that's okay because you already have Waver, so you don't need to summon a friend's Waver. So actually, you're probably going to be okay there. What do you got for Achilles, though? Well, you've got Ku, that's decent. Gil's not good for Achilles, unfortunately. He does have Divinity, but he has no survivability, so that's no good. None of your Sabers have Divinity, so that's no good. Achilles is going to be rough. I mean, you do have Waver, which can really help. Right now, I think Ku is your best DPS for Achilles, but that's gonna be rough. Anyway, as for general stuff for Lancers, let's see, you've got Karna for AoE farming and all that kind of stuff. That's really good. Even at NP1, that's pretty solid. You also have Liz. Between Liz and Karna, that's pretty much good enough for farming. I would not level the budget AoE Lancers unless you like them. Hector is okay, but ultimately the budget Lancers are just not strong enough that I don't really recommend leveling them. Even if you don't have a gold Lancer, you kind of just make do with like Spartacus instead. Unless you like them. And if you're planning on grailing one of them, a grailed Romulus is actually pretty solid because he has the battery. And then the grails make up for like the lower damage and stuff. But yeah, unfortunately the AoE are Lancers that are budget are kind of nah. You got but you got Ku, you got Enkidu. I mean, you're fine. Like you're totally fine here. Yeah, Lancer's pretty low priority for you, honestly, for like leveling stuff. I wouldn't worry about it too much. Okay, what do we got here? Rider. What I've noticed is most people have a pretty good spread on their DPS, I would say, when we look at people's accounts, at least so far. They're normally lacking, though, when it comes to utility. That's definitely what I see a lot. And like this account is what you have, like no utility. Like, oh my god, you have no anti-debuff, you have no buff removal. Do you even have Medea? Nope, Medea's not leveled. Like, you literally have no way of removing buffs in a reasonable fashion. And or removing debuffs, so absolutely something you need to work on. You could, okay, you are not ready for Demeter, but you're kind of close. Ushi's good, Ryoma's not that good, but Ushi is so good you only need a little bit of extra help. But if you had to fight Demeter right now, I think you would lose. What I would level to fix that is probably Alex. If you leveled Alex, you could probably beat it. You might be able to beat it with Ryoma, Ushi, Da Vinci, but it'd be sloppy as fuck. You do have Waver. That makes things a lot easier. I'm always used to like what the game's like without Waver. If you might be able to beat Demeter with what you have. Ryoma, Ushi, and Waver, not in that order, but if you min-max that, that'll probably work. But if you want to make it a bit easier, get Alex up and just level his second skill. Actually, you could probably keep him at 111 for Demeter. Like I just at 111 is probably good enough for Demeter. But you're close to what you need for Demeter. Okay, let's see. So we already looked at this a little bit, but for farming, I mean, Caster Guild's good for farming. You don't really have a DPS caster because Caster Guild's not really that. That is kind of a problem. Let me look at your Berserkers because that kind of affects. Okay, you've got Jerker. That's good. If you get Jerker to 10-10-10, that will really help deal with assassins, but it's still good to have at least a caster. You got Lancelot and he's Grailed. That's some good civ right there. But he's Grailed in a high NP rank, so that's good for AoE. You got Jerker for the single target. You probably want to level Spartacus though, especially because some of your other AoE classes are kind of weak. It'll help your farming a lot if you get Spartacus up. That just kind of rounds out the account. And maybe not super crazy high priority, but it's definitely something I would do. I would definitely level Spartacus over leveling Darius or Kiyohime because it's for farming, right? And his battery is what you need there. It just fills out some of the holes in your account really well. But yeah, leveling Jerker skills would be pretty high priority in my opinion. Still though, you're going to want a DPS caster. In the meantime, I would say Caster Ku, unless he's in P1, then absolutely not. But in the long run, Babbage will be better. So I would probably level Babbage now, especially because I don't know what your MP rank of your Caster Ku is. If Caster Ku is in P1, then Babbage 100%. If Caster Ku is in P5, then in the short term, Caster Ku is going to be better for you, but in the long term, Babbage would be. And I would say Babbage is good enough in the short term that I might do Babbage. However, Caster Ku is better for farming because he's got the battery, especially because of like the other units that you have. Having battery units that can just NP really quick is going to be good for farming for you. So, I don't know, maybe if Caster Ku is in P5, I think it'd be a pretty solid decision to go with Caster Ku over Babbage. Especially if you're not, like, super into challenge quests and main story and stuff. Like, I'm not sure where your priorities lie exactly, so. Yeah, definitely not the Gilius. But, for the most part, oh my god, get your Hans up. What is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you? Cairo is in chat right now, and you're making me show off this embarrassing Hans here. What a mess is this? Because, yes, you have Waver, but that's not, oh, I got Waver, I never need another support ever. Like, you know what's good? Waver with Hans, right? Like, you absolutely need to get that Hans up. You should at least get his second skill up to where he can easily get his NP, like, with a basic starting in PCE. So at least get that up to, like, 5 or 6, and then try to get his third skill up as high as humanly possible, because it's extremely useful. Like if you had Merlin, I would say maybe you don't need to worry about it. But all you've got is Waver, and Waver's awesome, and he'll get so much done for you. But you should definitely get that that Hans up, because there's a lot of boss fights coming down the pipeline where you can't summon a support, so you can't summon your friends Merlin or Castoria or whatever. And sometimes Waver alone is not enough support. It's just not, and you want your options, right? Sometimes David is the one to work with and not Hans, but sometimes David's not that good, and sometimes you want the long-term, you know, mitigation and healing, and then Hans is better. So you want those options, and you want Mash, you want Hans, you want David. That's like the backbone. So yeah, sometimes you don't need Hans, but this is not one of those accounts. Like for real, some people don't like doing budget stuff, and they have enough support so they don't need Hans. Like they just don't. But I don't think this is one of those accounts. I think Hans is still useful for this account. Not so useful though that necessarily you need to level him like first. There's probably other, like Asclepius is definitely a higher priority. Another thing is level your fucking Qingong. I will recommend that to everyone on the planet. It doesn't matter what they have. And what you have, you absolutely should level your Qingong. You need that utility. This account is really lacking in utility. So getting the crit down, the taunt, and that kind of stuff is going to be really good on this account. And you have Gil. You have a super leveled Gil. So having a Qingong is really good. So Qingong should be pretty high priority. I would say Asclepius and Qingong are really high priority on this account. Probably the highest priority on this account that I see. But then you definitely need to worry about like buff removal. You need to get something with buff removal. I would say Alexander at this point is... Cairo, I want your opinion. And on this account, what do you think? I say Alexander because, you know, he doesn't have a lot of riders, and he is like vulnerable to Demeter and stuff like that. And if you just need buff removal for some whatever challenge quests between now and then, Alexander is good enough to do that buff removal for you. Where, yeah, he doesn't have a DPS caster, but she's not a DPS caster. And he's already got Caster Gil and Waivers. I just don't think she's going to do him any good. How many quick DPS? Well, he's got a Grailed Coup, so that's a thing. He's got Billy, though he's not really upgraded at all. No quick sabers of note. He got Enkidu, which is only a half quick. Really not that much quick DPS. Really not that. Oh, he's got Kama. Okay, that's a pretty big blow there. That changes things quite a bit. And she's MP2 for fuck's sakes. And he's got the Grailed Lancelot. So yeah, I would say Alexander. Yeah, the Kama really swung in that direction. And you can even use Alex with Kama and do like extra charm nonsense, right? So yeah, I would definitely focus on Alex over Medea, especially because you have Caster Gil and whatnot. I don't see that much use out of oh yeah, and Ushi, that's a good point. And they're both riders, so yeah, I think Alex over Medea. I hate to say that. I think Medea is so awesome, and I think she should be like the staplest 3-star that was ever a staple, but she's not. She's just not. And she's actually gotten worse because the one thing that made her good, the one reason she was worth something, was because of her buff removal for budget. But now a lot of budget units have buff removal. So her value is tanked. And it sucks, man. I fucking hate that. Medea's awesome. She's one of my favorite Fate characters, really. It's obnoxious that they haven't made her better. Yeah, she is good for Aphrodite. I will say that. I feel like, though, he has pretty good options for Aphrodite, especially as long as he levels Asclepius. Like, between Waver and Enkidu. Enkidu can solo Aphrodite, and he's got 10-10-10 and P3 Enkidu. So, I hate to say it. I really hate to say it, but I feel like Medea is super low priority on this account. Unless he likes her. You know, if you like Medea a lot, it's not bad to level her because she does have buff removal, and you need buff removal on this account. But yeah, overall, I would definitely recommend Alex over her. I would definitely recommend leveling Mozart because you don't have Tam. Again, you have Waver and Caster Gil, but sometimes you want more than that for supporting your units. And you have a lot of art. Like, you got Chloe, you got like every art saber ever. You got Ryoma, right? There's quite a bit of art stuff. You got 100 Face there. So yeah, I would definitely get Mozart. I would put that as much lower priority though. Qingong and Asclepius, much higher priority than Mozart because you do have Caster Gil, right? It's more of a min-maxy thing in the long term where you might be able to use Caster Gil, Waver, and Mozart, but in the short term, I wouldn't worry about it. But it is something of note. You should probably do that eventually because you have a lot of crit stuff too. So Mozart's third skill is awesome for you. Honestly, I'm surprised you leveled Hohenheim over Mozart, but I'm guessing you just like Hohenheim more because I think Mozart would have been better for this account than Hohenheim. Not that Hohenheim is useless, he's fine, and he does help you with farming and such, so that's good. But yeah, Mozart would be good here. But yeah, you desperately need Qingong and Asclepius. Okay, so for assassins, you're looking pretty good because you've got Kama. Oh wait, so she's not necessarily NP2. I don't know. I'm guessing she's NP1 then. Still, she's godly even at NP1, so she's like the best assassin in the game. I'd actually say she is the best DPS assassin in the game. So she's super good. So you've got Gray and Yu for AoE and Donzo, but you know, that's not the most useful. She's mainly for the utility, for the survivability of another unit. Donzo is good for Fluffy, so that's actually useful down the road. And then Fuma is as well. I would definitely get Fuma up a bit skill rank wise because you need his utility. You're just really hurting on utility on this account. So I would probably focus on maybe 100 Faces second skill, but I don't know. I feel like Kama is probably enough. You don't really have to focus on 100 Face that much when you've got Kama. Kama's just so good, and you do have Kurutsugu as a backup single target. So the only, you know, really you're fine on assassins. I'd fairly low priority. If I was gonna level anything skill rank wise for assassins, I would just get Kama to 10 10 10, right? Like I would just do that. Just Kama's so good. Fuck it, right? So I wouldn't worry about your assassins too much. Like if you like 100 Face and you want her to, you know, do all that crazy shit she can do, by all means get her second skill up. That's definitely the one you should prioritize. You already leveled the first skill, unfortunately, but the second one's the one you want to get up first for sure. Yeah, your berserkers are looking good. Just get Spartacus up. We already did that one. Okay, so extra class. What do we got here? You've got Jolter, so you don't really need to level Lobo unless, and I kind of want Kairo's input on this. You could level just Lobo and not level Alex. Like I think if when you need buff removal, you could probably make Lobo just work. The thing is, Alexander just makes more sense. I would only level Lobo over Alex if you just like Lobo a lot, because you already have Jolter, right? So the thing that Lobo does with the buff removal, you don't need. And where Alex will give you quick support for some of your other units and whatnot, and will help with Demeter. So I would definitely level Alex over Lobo, but if you like Lobo a lot and you just need to level something for buff removal, he is good enough to do that if you just prefer leveling him. But you already leveled Alex some, so I feel like you like Alex just fine. Anyway, so you've got really good options here. I mean, you got Mothman, Jolter. I mean, you've pretty much got all the stuff you would need. Alter Ego wise, though, all you've got is Mechaliz, and she's not that great, but she's good enough to get the job done when you need it, so that's good. You got your Mash 10 10 10, that's good. You could, okay, so I don't know what her NP rank is, but in my opinion, for the average player, I think MHXX is the best DPS in the game for Fluffy. She's not necessarily the DPS that will always win the fastest, although she can definitely win very quickly. But the reason I think she's the best is because she takes so much less damage from Fluffy. So she's so much safer. And she has hard survival. Now, it's tough between her and Enkidu. Enkidu is so good for that fight, but MHX takes a lot less damage. She's NP1. Okay, and so right now, I would probably use Enkidu then instead of MHX. But if by some miracle you get MHX to NP2 and like 10 10 10 before Fluffy, you know, happens, I might actually say use MHX over Enkidu, but you could use them together as well. But just keep in mind, you know, Fluffy is hard. I'm telling you, you don't just throw Enkidu at Fluffy and win. That's not a thing. There is a lot of, you need to understand that boss really well. You really got to min-max your supports and stuff, budget or not budget. So, you know, Fluffy has something to worry about, but you got 2 years. But it is tough. It is tough. So, you know, maybe level MHX at some point on the side during a lottery event or something, if you need some backup. But you do have Ku and Enkidu, so you're probably okay. Yeah, your extra classes I wouldn't really worry about. Their skill ranks are fine. Unless you just super love Jolter, I would not give her the lures for 10 10 10. Unless you're swimming in lures, I would definitely save those lures for now. Like, you can obviously 10 10 10 her down the road, but for now, I would definitely prioritize more like Jerker, Asclepius, even Shin-Gong, like, Castergil. Those things I would definitely 10 10 10 before I would 10 10 10 Jolter. And again, unless you just super like her. She's good, right? It's not like she sucks or anything, so if she is 10 10 10, you're not going to have like a bad showing or anything. All right, so I'm hoping on NA right now you finished off that Suzuka Gozen, because these pictures are you know, like a week old or something. So I'm hoping that Suzuka Gozen CE is limit broken, because as far as I'm aware, you do not have Golden Sumo. I don't think you have Drunken Jolter either, so you're missing some of the real like staple universal CEs. It's good that you've got Aerial Drive leveled up so much. You've got a decent amount of Buster units. You need a good art one though. That Suzuka Gosen one's a good stand-in. Okay, you got Painting Summer. I would level Painting Summer there. Event cleared 100%, feels good. I did that last night. I beat the challenge quest last night, so that was nice. Anyway, so that Painting Summer craft essence, the Hokusai one, I would level that over the Suzuka Gosen one. By all means, get the Suzuka Gosen one to like level 30 or something, but beyond that, you don't really need to level it. But Painting Summer would be very good on this account. Because it's split stat, though, you have to level the shit out of it. But it is good, and you have just so many art units that'll help you a lot. Okay, you got some solid star bombs. You got 2030. You got K-scope. That's good. K-scope's gonna help you a lot for some of the harder stuff coming down the pipes. You got the Canith one and the Sunlight one, so you got great options here. Your only issue is just the 50% starting MP ones. I would definitely level a formal craft. Your account has so much art stuff, and it's good to have some. Sometimes starting MP is not good, and you do not want. Whenever that happens, it's only occasionally, but when it does happen, you do not want to be caught with your pants down and not have good options, right? You want to have like, Yang CE or Art of Death or formal craft there. You want some of the the gut CEs, right? You want some of the basic stuff there, so keep that in mind. Do you have any gut CEs on this account? That Sakura CE there from CCC is not worth leveling at all. I would never level it beyond 15. That thing is utter trash. I can't think of a single unit that it's even remotely good on. I would literally use this. I'm serious. I would use the Suzuka Gozen CE on Ku way before I would ever use the Sakura one. It is fucking awful. You have the Nero Gut CE. That's really good. Definitely level that a chunk. Now, I wouldn't worry about getting it to 100. But definitely worth getting that up a nice chunk. Yeah, you got good. Oh yeah, there it is. I see it right there. So yeah, you got good stuff. Do you have the Anti-Divinity one? If you do not, I definitely recommend. It's like that Arjuna one. It's in the Rare Prism shop. I would get at least one copy of it. Sadly, it is really good to limit break it. That's a lot of Rare Prisms at that point. But I would at least get one copy of it. And I would not buy every copy of it unless you get stuck on something where you think you need it. Buy the one copy. Normally that's good enough. If it's not, then maybe consider buying the other ones. But it's pretty high priority. I'd get that Anti-Divinity CE. And that goes for a lot of chat, because there's a lot of boss fights throughout FGO where the Arjuna craft essence is very, very good. And it's also very, very good for Fluffy. Do you have a Black Grail? You do. It's not limit broken, so it'd be a tough call between Black Grail and the Anti-Divinity one. I'd lean towards the Anti-Divinity one for Fluffy, especially if you're using Kidu, because Enkidu just does so much damage there, he doesn't really need Black Grail. So yeah, I'd go with the Anti-Divinity one. So yeah, pretty damn high priority, get the Anti-Divinity one. Unless you already have it, I'm just not seeing it. I don't think you have it. And yeah, that Sakura one is just so garbage. The reason it's so garbage is because it is a pure DPS craft essence. There is nothing about it that's good for supports. And it gives full health. That is so people do not understand how bad that is. Don't have it? Well, yeah, just grab, it's not too hard to get it. It only takes a few rare prisms, so no big deal. And you got time. But you can literally test this. Get a unit, right? Maybe save scum so you can do their MP over and over again without wasting AP, right? Give them any old craft essence that has like a damage up effect and an attack up stat, right? And do their MP a bunch, and then give them a CE that has full attack stat or just no CE at all, so they just have no benefit. And the damage difference is huge. It's huge, and it's because the way NPs multiply your attack stat, getting nothing from your craft essence is awful. Like and like people always say the Sakura one is good on Ku. It's not. It's terrible on Ku because you get all your survivability from his skills anyway. You don't like extra health is nice, but it's so not important. Ku guarantees so many turns for himself that you want to be doing more damage in those turns. So like Jesus Christ, you don't want that Sakura. The Sakura CE is just trash, right? It's so pointless. It's unfortunate because there's not a lot of free quick CEs, but that one ain't it, right? It is not it at all. It is kind of crazy that Morgan got another raid up, but I think they did that because she got so popular from the main story, and I think they're going to make some money off of it because I think a lot of people were like, oh man, I actually do want more copies of Morgan, or I wish I had rolled on Morgan. I think a lot of people had that mindset, so I think that's why they did it. And they added the Veil for extra hype, because some people were like, I only want Morgan if I get the Veil, right? Some people were like that, so I think they listened to that feedback, like, okay, we'll add the Veil, because I think a lot of people wanted it. So that's good, though. I'm glad Like, I wish they did that more often, for fuck's sakes. I was one copy away from MLB The Princess Pilgrimage CE. Now that's on the second archive. I don't, which one is that? I don't even remember. I don't recognize that name. Doesn't sound like a staple though. For the most part though, I mean, you got a good art one and a good Buster one. You just gotta, like maybe that Christmas event, I think when it's reran, you can get the quick one. I don't remember where NA is relative to that. There's a Christmas starting NP quick up CE at some point that's really good. Oh god, is that the one you missed? And it doesn't have it yet? It's this year on NA? Oh, okay, it's this year. Make sure you get that then, Sebastian. That's like, it's really good for you because you've got a decent amount of quick stuff. Yeah, it's good for Kama. Oh my god, it's super good for Kama. It's good for Ku. Occasionally good for Enkidu, not normally though. But yeah, your Kama is so big that it's definitely worth getting for her and your Ku. So yeah, make sure you grab that. Okay, I think that's most stuff. But yeah, you're looking good. Honestly, your account's looking good. The only issue is your utility is a shit show, right? That's the only problem. Like, you really need that Asclepius and the Chin Gong and like Alex or something. That's that you have a. And if you ever roll Martha, if this account happens to get Martha randomly, definitely level the Martha, and that would be way higher priority than Alex. But it's so random if you get Martha or not. Hey Arjuna, how you doing? All right, let's do some more gameplay shenanigans here. Keep having to unlock the app here. I need to play the Steno account at some point. Haven't really been doing that too much. I've been playing it a little bit every day, so it is slowly getting through Septum, but I haven't like sat down and really gotten a lot done. So for some reason, it's acting like I suck. I'm gonna have to restart the FGO app. There's a really obnoxious synergy between Samsung Dex and then Secure Folder, where basically you can't use anything in Secure Folder on Samsung Dex unless you do the password on the actual phone. But then you can't have an app running on Dex and the phone at the same time. So you'll try to put in like the code to unlock it, but it has to restart the app because it's running on Dex. Like, it's so dumb. Like, so that's wastes a lot of time. I really, it's what's stupid is Dex and Secure Folder are made by the same company, and they don't work together at all. I mean, there's no point in testing Leonidas. People keep asking for that. You just there's nothing to test with him. Like, Leonidas is not, he's not a general use unit. He's just not. It's like you can't test Fluffy, you know, Stereos, right? You can't do that. You have to use him when it's applicable. It's same for Leonidas. He's a unit that you use in very specific circumstances. If you don't have those circumstances, there's no point in using him outside of just, you know, being a buff wall or a taunt wall. And we've already done that. The last few days, we've used Leonidas quite a bit, you know, for like supporting Buster units, and he's definitely better than that than he ever has been. But we've already, you know, been doing that plenty, so. This is the wrong account. Although there actually is stuff I could do on this account. Let's take a peek here. But you need, like, the thing is, making Leonidas live a long time and that kind of thing is just irrelevant unless you're in a proper boss fight, right? There's no, you can't get see any value out of that if you're just fighting, like, you know, Nero or Richard or something, right? That just doesn't, it don't really work. Speaking of Richard, I guess that's what we'll fight. We haven't fought him in a while. Man, we should use that, that Tristan sometime. Wow, he got into NP. I remember when Persona was just NP1 Tristan, and then it was such. I was like, oh man, such a big upgrade at NP2, and it is. That's the biggest one. And then now he's NP3, so his Tristan's pretty strong there. We've already done Okita quite a bit against Richard, to be honest. We could do it in a team setting though, if we want to do that in a second. Let me do something against Richard, but then yeah, maybe we do Okita in a team setting. We haven't done that in quite a while. You know, if that was 10-10-10 and had a different CE, we would show off the Veil. Maybe we show off the Veil anyway, and we just pick like a random stage to like shit on. So I actually haven't seen the Veil on the player side. I imagine it's the exact same thing, but here, I'll beat a free quest. There we go. I'm sure she can handle this. K-Scope is super bad in this kind of scenario, but she's so good of a unit that I don't think it will matter. I guess default, just so we don't explode. The only thing I don't like about the Veil itself I really like, but I don't like the giant-ass halberd. I really don't care for that. I wish you could have that halberd with, I think it's her stage 2, which is like a spear. It looks way better. And she does have quite a bit of baggage that she's wearing there, but overall, the Veil is really cool. But yeah, I really don't care. She's literally using like Minotaur's halberd, right? Like that. It's kind of weird looking. There's a lot of stages that drop the bell. The very best stage to get bells don't drop anything but bells. But there's plenty of other stages where you can get like Void Dust and bells, or you can even get the other new mat with bells. That's got a decent drop rate and stuff. But if you want just bells, the best drop rate is one of the first free quests, like at the beach. And it has a crap load of the what they called morses or moors or whatever the fuck their names were. That's definitely the best drop rate for just raw bells. But yeah, I think there's a Void Dust and Bell one, but I don't think the bell drop rate on that one is super high. But thankfully, there's a lot of options for bell farming. There's like so many different stages, so you can definitely mix and match for what you need. I might be wrong. I think there's a Void Dust Bell one, and I don't think it has a super high drop rate on bells, but I could be wrong about that. Like I may just be completely off there, so maybe the drop rate's fine. So, but I do know the best drop rate for bells is definitely that coast stage, and it drops nothing but bells. So. Well, that's interesting, say. I think I can do this stage because I actually do have Morgan technically, because I got her when I was rolling for Burgust. Well, she's level 1 for me. So do we get the NP and everything? I guess so, because I mean they already did all the work, so there was no reason not to do it. I bet you the one thing they had to do that they didn't really have ready was this art. I bet you this art wasn't a thing until recently. And they probably maybe the background art on the actual card. But yeah, because I don't think they were actually planning on adding this veil originally. I don't think they were. Because I think if they were, they would have added it when they added in the veil for the Dragon Lolly. But I'm really glad they changed their minds, and I really wish they would do that more often. I actually think if Camelot was released today and people asked for the Lion King thing, they probably would have added it in a free quest like this after, but they just don't do stuff like that retroactively. So any chance of getting Lion King is going to be like in an event or some crap. That'd be awesome though if they just randomly added a free quest you could do in Camelot to get the Lion King skin, but they ain't gonna do that. They'll do it how they did Testament and UHZ. You had to do an event where they were relevant, and then you could get it during the event. Yep, it's just the NP the boss had, that's cool. Somehow my playlist like deleted itself. It's like it still exists, but like it stopped using the playlist. But the last song that it played was from it, but it wasn't playing that song from the playlist. I have no idea how that happened. Music going rogue here. She must be so good for farming because she has her own 50% battery, and then you got Merlin and Waver and Vinch or Oberyn. Like you don't need any specific combo really. Like pretty much any of that shit will get the job done. This is unnecessary NP gain, but I'm doing it anyway. I really wish you could mix and match certain assets. Now there's certain assets from between Ascensions that you could not mix and match easily at all, but some of them are like designed to detach from the model and it just wouldn't be a problem. Like the weapons. It would not be hard to have a system where you could have the second stage weapon and third stage sprite. That just would not be a problem. There's a few servants you have to do a little bit of effort though because the different weapons have different particle effects and stuff, like Tomoe Gozen, the summer version. But for the most part, it would not be difficult, and I really wish they would do that. Because like Lion King really is an example of one where you'd want to mix and match. I'd like her stage 1 or stage 2 with the stage 3 Lance, right? That would be awesome. And Morgan here, I'd use stage 4, I guess now, or stage 5, if you will, for the costume here with her other weapon would be better. Yeah, Morgan is a lot of boom for your buck when as a unit. She's good for farming, she's good for challenge quests, she's so good she can be used in single target. She's good when you need AoE damage, she's good when you need single target damage, right? She's a very versatile unit that is extremely good in a lot of situations, so a lot of boom for your buck. I was initially planning on rolling for Lubu Horus, Red Hair I assume, and Sigma. Who's Sigma Man? I have no idea who that is. On class banners before Ricky would appear. But coin system made me hesitant. What if I spend 300 coins to get them only to be forced to roll on their coins later on? I think Columbus benefits from passive NP a lot. So, hopefully, we don't know yet, but hopefully they're going to give you a way to get coins from events, so you don't have to worry about it too much. So, you know, get them while you can. Also, you have a long time to wait, right, before the coin system hits NA. So you're not going to want to wait that long to get, Columbus or Red Hair if you really like them. So I wouldn't worry about that. Now, we don't know, the coin system could suck. The coin system might give you hardly any coins per event, or it might be you only get coins for the servants that are relevant in that event. So I can't guarantee that you're going to have a good way to get coins for Columbus and whatnot. You are correct though that Columbus, if you're a huge Columbus fan, that's really fun and unique, by the way, and I guess your name would actually imply that you probably are a Columbus fan. But so if you want like that ultimate Columbus, you definitely want that passive. That is very good for him in both soloing, farming, challenge quests. That's so good for him. But if I were you, I would try to get him now, because it's not that hard to get an NP5 Columbus ultimately. It's not that bad. So I think it'd be worth it to get him now, and then if you wanted to get, because right now the coin system's been out for a while, and we still have no way to get Columbus coins or any of that stuff. So if you were having to roll again, then I would just save up, you know, near the coin system and have some extra SQ specifically for that. And you'll get more information as time goes on, though. You'll get to see on JP, well, what are they going to do for events, right? You probably, in the summer event, you'll probably learn, you know, how easy or hard is it going to be to get those Columbus coins and whatnot. From a pure gameplay standpoint, Columbus is a hell of a lot better than Red Hair. It's not even close. If you just like Red Hair, by all means try to get him. But sadly, Red Hair is not that practical gameplay-wise. But hopefully he gets buffed down the road. Maybe that'll help him out. But I would say if you like them a lot, I would try to get them during the class banner. And then what you need to do for coins in the future, you can figure out from there. Because it's just, I don't think it's worth the wait. I just don't think it's worth, you know, waiting that long. Oh, Hex, did you get your account submission turned in to Aerie? I'm hoping you did. I need to change something. Even though technically they're closed, I'm sure you can just talk to Aerie, and if you need to switch something out or whatever, you can. So I'm sure you can get that done. Okay, what are we gonna do? Oh yeah, Richard stuff. Repeat, please. Wait, repeat what? What are we? I missed the context there, Max. And if we mean like doing account reviews again in the future for people that have already done them, we'll totally do that. I'm not really sure how long we want the window to be on that, but we'll totally do that. I've been saving the older account reviews so we can like reference them, right? Couldn't hear for a second. Oh, I was just asking Hex if Hex was if he had gotten his account review in. Maniac. Haven't we already done, wait, this isn't Richard. Haven't we already done your Ibuki? I think she did pretty well. Let's see. Well, I don't want to use a saber. We did use Vince. She did okay, all things considered. I remember her first run was kind of pathetic, but then after that, she kind of ran it back. Have we ever done Steno? I don't think Steno right? She can't charm the dragon, so that's a massive hit to her value, so she probably won't do super well. I do want to use her as a support for something, though. We've been testing a lot of units where we use budget supports. We could do the opposite, though. Use her as the support and do one of those stages that we have been doing, and then use a different DPS that just happens to have divinity. Like, I don't know, Ku or something. Or maybe Proto-Ku just for the fun of it. Dude, imagine Proto-Ku with Steno support against, like, Lobo. That's going to be disgusting, because you get all that charming, which stops him from casting the defense buff, and even if he gets the defense buff, Proto-Ku has armor ignore, the anti-beast, and he's divine. You know what? Let's do it. Yeah, I agree. Let's do it. Let me switch accounts real quick. Look at that nice UHZ, though. I want to use that in a minute. UHZ is awesome. I really wish I had MHX just because of that, because her gameplay is really fun. But I also wish she had a goddamn animation update that was a real animation update. She got one of those, like, half animation updates. I think, isn't your all-salt just Kiara, I think? There's no world where I'm using Kiara. That's not happening. Let me see here. There's I'm not using Paul, I'm not using Kiara, and I'm not using Vortigern. It's not, and people keep asking me to use those 3 units. It's not happening. I don't like them. And I'm not using Van Gogh. Excuse me, I'm definitely not using Van Gogh. There's not a lot of units I won't use, right? Even if I don't like a unit, like, you know, I'll do it anyway, right? But those ones, not happening. Absolutely not happening. Especially Van Gogh. Especially Van Gogh, right? The other 3 have a slight chance, maybe occasionally, right? But I stand by this, like, 100%. There is a slight chance in, like, the right circumstance that I might use Oberyn, Paul, or Kiara, right? If we're just messing about or whatever, it might very unlikely, but, you know, there's a slight chance that they would get used. There is absolutely no chance that I use Van Gogh. No, right? I refuse, right? That line is not getting crossed. Unless, of course, the game forces me as, you know, main story, then I'll try to Chin-Gong her and so on and so forth, so. Fuck that nonsense. Alright, let's go, pay Lobo a visit. Hopefully I have Ace added on this account. I did technically use Paul once. Now see, chat could probably guilt me into using something that I don't like, but I'm not that against. You know, even like Liz, right? If someone's got like, you know, maximum Liz, you know, 2k foe, level 100, yada yada, and they're all maniac Hex's face there in chat, you know, that'd probably get me to use it, right? I don't feel any pity when it comes to fucking, you know, Van Gogh and not really with Paul either, right? That does not sway me at all. Okay, let's see if we can find Ace. I'm not sure we have him added on this account. I will use a wide variety of units, but, you know, there's a few things where I'm putting my foot down, and I don't feel bad about it. Okay, we're intentionally being disgusting here. We're gonna be disgusting, but with everything else being budget still, though. But I'm gonna use command codes. And I tell you what, though, because we have armor ignore and the charm and the buff removal, I don't think you do the typical. No, most units get so much value here from bringing Pierce and Vulnerability and the defense removal command code. But I don't think we really need it. I will say, though, it really sucks that we don't have Sure Hit. Why the fuck doesn't he have Sure Hit? No, it doesn't make any lore sense. They straight up say that like, all the other Bolgs are not like Ku's Bolg. They're not. Like, Ku Ulter's Bolg does not have the cause-effect reversal. It has different stuff. Scath doesn't have the cause-effect reversal. It has its own, you know, unique stuff. None of the other Bolgs have the cause-effect reversal, except For Proto-Ku, they specifically say his Bolg is exactly the same. And yet in gameplay, it's not. And by all means, you know, if they want to represent like Proto-Ku's other stuff by giving it other effects regular Ku doesn't have, that's fine. I think it's totally fine if Proto-Ku has effects that regular Ku doesn't. Like that's no big deal. But he should also have the goddamn sure hit. And really, it should be Pierce Invulnerability instead of sure hit. But oh well. I don't think they wanted a low star being that decked out. So I'm gonna be really greedy. I think I will do the Pierce Invulnerability one just because, like I said, we don't have the sure hit on the NP. But other than that, I'm gonna be really greedy. Yeah, the reason they don't is because it's weird that so many people don't realize it. The character material books are pretty straightforward about it. Like, they straight up explain what the other Bolgs do. None of them have cause effect reversal. Some of them have effects that are similarly wonky, you know, because like Scath has a similar effect where she freezes space-time, right? So that's a similar ability, but it's not the exact same thing by any means. And definitely different pros and cons there. But it just straight up says in Ku's character material is he made that technique himself after leaving the Land of Shadows, right? He learned from Scath, and he got Bolg from Scath, and then he made that technique up himself to fit his own needs. And Ku never taught anybody, because I guess he's a selfish prick, but you know, he killed his own son because they didn't even know it was his son. Feels bad, by the way. Thank you, Turin. Is it Turin? Turin. Thank you for the sub, man. But yeah, Ku never really had any pupils or anything, so he never taught that ability to anybody. And then Ku Alter doesn't have it because he's just such a weird Grail thing, and his Bolg is probably the most different, actually. His is, well, I don't know, Scath's is pretty different. The whole space-time bullshit thing is pretty different. Yeah, he didn't know it was his son. And it was just like some random challenger that was, you know, challenging him, and they fought to the death. And then he found out after the fact that it was his son. Okay, so crit damage is pretty good here. I think the enemy's a servant, though. It's not bad then to just do the anti-servant damage, because it's only 5% less, and then you get like more standard stuff if you don't crit. Ku's parentage varies depending on legends, and some of the legends he never had a son, actually. It's the same thing I talked about a while ago, where a lot of people, there's only like one known origin story for Medusa, so everyone assumes that origin story applies to all legends with Medusa, but it doesn't. A lot of those stories were written before Medusa, or they just never referenced it. It was just a writer made a origin story for Medusa, and it happened to survive the passage of time. But a lot of the other writers didn't reference it or use it or anything, right? So it's just, you know, there is no set canon when it comes to a lot of legends, and Ku is the same way, right? Because Ku's not real. You know, it wasn't a real person, just like Medusa wasn't a real person. So there's no set, you know, history for them, right? So there's different legends with different ways with it. And some of the stories, Ku never has a son, right? But in some he does. So, you know, it's kind of all over the place when it comes to that kind of stuff. He's not? Feels bad. Also, those legends are so fucking old, and like their actual origin and stuff has kind of been lost to time, unfortunately, so there's some details there we don't have. Actually, we should not do that at all. We should do this. I thought that was the Buster card. I got confused there. It's Santa all over again. Feels bad. The Scath's effect, she kind of fuses Death Flight with an effect similar to the cause effect reversal, but it's not a cause effect reversal. What hers does is she essentially does like Death Flight, but there's a strike before it that blow like freezes the space-time in that area wherever that like strike is. So then it'd be very difficult for them to escape. Edmund could escape, by the way. I'm not kidding. 100% Edmund could escape. It specifically says, you know, he cannot be trapped by, you know, physical prisons or metaphysical ones, and even say it's including space-time. Edmund can literally escape space-time. So space-time being frozen around Edmund would not work, and so he could avoid Scath's NP. That's disgusting, by the way. But she basically has the nuking oomph of Death Flight with combined with that space-time stuff. And you can see that in FGO pretty clearly, and that's why it stuns the enemy. But you can see it very clearly in Arcade. If you look at FGO Arcade, you look at Scats NP, you can very much see like what it does, and it matches like the character material. So that's you know, kind of a unique thing there. And they don't really say, but I kind of assume that for her to do the stun space-time thing, she needs to be close to the target. They don't really say that, but because that part of it is supposed to be similar to what Ku does, and Ku needs to be close, and in her NP animation, in Arcade and in FGO, she like leaps in and gets super close to them, right? So I assume if she wants to do the space-time thing, she has to get close to them. But I don't know. They're not really clear about that. But it just makes sense because it's supposed to be similar to Ku, and then Ku has to be close, and then she always does get close. But I'm sure if she wanted to, she could just throw the NP and just do the nuke part if she wanted to, right? I don't think she has to do that. If she wanted to be far away and just, you know, toss the spear like Ku does, she could do that as well. So she has nice like options there. But honestly, out of all the Bolgs, I really do think Ku's is the best, which is how it should be because he is the one where that legend comes from, and that's where, you know, the item is famous and whatnot. So it makes sense. Now, Nasu's been really weird about this, but Nasu has very much implied that there is someone else that does have the cause effect reversal, and it's Ku's father. And Ku never met his father, but it's probably like a, you know, like father like son, where Ku doesn't even realize it. Like, you know, he's following after like his father's like, you know, techniques and stuff, and he doesn't even realize it. But Nasu's talked about Loth a little bit, and he's talked about like the spear that Gil has. It's probably Loth's and things like that. And he's basically implied that Loth does the cause effect reversal every single strike that he does. That's pretty much what Nasu has said. So basically, that is horrifying, right? Literally, everything Loth does with his spear is just constantly doing the cause effect reversal. So that is fucked, right? That's super fucked, right? So good luck fighting that. I really hope we get Loth someday, dude. I love his legends and stories and stuff. And what little information we've gotten about him in Fate is awesome. So I super, super want them to do that. Because not only does he have, like, you know, that crazy nonsense, he's got Bazette's NP, for God's sakes. He's got, like, a slingshot thing that's crazy. He's got so many, like, famous treasures and whatnot. So he'd be pretty OP. And obviously, he's one of the, he's a pretty major deity. So, well, actually, in some stories, he's not, actually. But overall, he's a fairly major deity. In some stories, he's actually not a deity at all, interestingly enough. But that's not common. Hey, I like the 1, 2, 3. I feel like I haven't seen you in forever, but I can't be right because you got a million subs there. Yeah, I don't know what to do about the badges though. I need to talk to Ari because we might have to just make a new concept because there's really how much you can't do anything else with the command spells, right? I do love our sub badge, but yeah, maybe we do. This might be ridiculous because it might make some people dislike the badge as it goes farther. But we could totally make it like you build some form of like green smiley face and then you start adding stuff and you just get ridiculous. You add like, you know, a Revolutionary War like wig, right? You know, like you know, that kind of stupid shit, right? And then you add like, you know, a collar and like a monocle and, you know, it just get so outrageous with it, right? You just like build on it and just have like have like a green laser coming out of the monocle, right? Just super top hat and monocle, right? Yeah, I don't know. Chat seems to like this. I wouldn't hate that idea. I would love the monocle at some point. I think that'd be great. You start off with just like a normal smiley face, but then it turns into like that monocle that, you know, Cyber just posted. You change the expression, right? You go from the smiley face to like that, you know, snobby expression, right? That could be pretty fun, and that just gives you a lot of ammo to have a lot of badges, right? And have it go really out of control. Is there an option, chat, to change your sub badge to an older one if you don't like a newer one? Is that I know that used to not be a thing. Have they added that? Because you know, some people might just want a more simple, you know, sub badge sometimes, because that is going to get insanely ludicrous. But that'd be pretty cool, I think. Yeah, they're supposed to be green command spells. Obviously, command spells aren't supposed to be green, but you know, fuck it. You can pick a badge? Oh, good. That's good then. Then yeah, we'll totally go super ham. Like hell, we could even keep the command spells as the first 3 and then have it evolve into the smiley face and it just keeps evolving more and more. Yeah, I'm gonna pass that along. I think I think that's worth doing. I think we might finally have some extra sub badges then. Look how long it's taking me to do command codes, because I'm blabbing too much here. Alright, let's go here. Yeah, poi poi with the nickel. I do appreciate, I mean, my god, over time, poi poi has thrown so many nickels at me that it's accumulated to quite a lot of money, honestly. So one of my favorite streamers I was watching, and he had a similar revelation to me where it's just crazy, like, because he's a similarly sized streamer to me, and a little bit bigger, but just the fact that I can make my living this way, right? It's crazy, dude. I'll never be able to wrap my head around it, and there's like, you know, I don't even know what to do, right? It's ridiculous. Just lucky as fuck, man. Because I'm so looking forward to, like, when games like Elden Ring come out, I get to stream that and experience that with, like, a lot of my regulars and whatnot. You know, that's gonna be awesome. Alright. I can't believe I have not gotten that to 100 yet on this account. I just keep putting it off. I think I even have the FP to do it, like, easily. I just don't. I need to fix that just for, you know, it's syncing up properly. Okay, so this using Steno changes things a bit. Do I start with a taunt? Let me think. I mean, we could gas quite a bit if we wanted to. Unfortunately, I will say this. Ace is probably not in chat right now, but if by some miracle you are, can we get a different CE? Because the Guts is useless here. We want to get our NP quickly. And so this has 0 starting NP. That's not what we want at all. Because if we could get our NP real fast, you get a big defense down, buff removal, charm. I mean, God, it's so good. And it's unlikely we would ever even need the Guts. What do we start with then? Could do Alex for even more anti-evade stun nonsense. I don't hate it. Hans is pretty good though. I'm just worried he'll live too long. But I like the stars, that'll help this setup a lot. This is going to be so good. Like, they'll have no problems doing the damage. The only issue is just the lack of starting NP and Steno. I'm gonna go more gas, actually. I'm gonna put Qingong first with Star Bomb. Gonna be a bit greedy. I think Protoku can hack it. My only concern is the insta-death. People wanted Leonidas. I can definitely use Leonidas here, actually. I could open with Leonidas, to be honest. It's just a lack of... And once he does his NP, you get a bunch of stars. The issue is just, like, getting Protoku's NP off the ground quickly and that kind of stuff. But honestly, there's really good synergy these days between Protoku and Leonidas. You know what? More star bombs. I know I've got the Martha one, but I never remember what level it is on this account. I didn't play the rerun of the summer event on this account, and I kind of wish I had, because I could have just grabbed the Calamity Jane CE twice. But I mean, with me having these three, it's not really that necessary. By the way, I think this is 1,000,000% true. Calamity Jane's craft essence is more popular than she is, and I would say by a fairly significant amount. That's not a common occurrence by any means. Okay. Man, now I want Lobo to have an extra health bar. Like, throw more at us here, because we got so much value. Oh man, Qin Gong would have been nice as the opener here. You know, honestly, I see no reason not to just do this. You know what sucks? It is so easy for Steno to get her NP because of her first skill. It's such a shame we don't just have literally any old craft essence. I'm telling you, she's a good support. You know, you set up like to go to NP on turn 2, so then you drain the NP, get the battery, give the DPS the defense down and everything. It's super good. It's such a shame I can't show that off here because that's absolutely how you're supposed to play Steno. Do I do the anti-beast damage here? I think I'll wait just a little bit. I don't have any chance to crit, even though I got double buster. Yeah, her NP gain is quite solid. Especially if someone else gives her the art card bonus. Yeah, it's pretty wild. I mean, look at this. We've done almost nothing. We have that much NP on her, right? And if she had her passive, she'd have 57% NP right now. So you give her literally any starting NP CE, and you're good to go. So yeah, unfortunately, we're going slower than I would like just because of the lack of starting NP, but we can probably still get the ball rolling here. Oh, Ace is here. There we go. Yeah, if you could slap literally whatever you want, and it don't matter. She definitely doesn't need K-scope. But like, if you have a 50% starting NP thing that has like, you know, survivability or whatever, I guess fine too, because she's not going to need much. But yeah, I might reset then real quick, just because it's going to be hilarious. I keep forgetting. I know that like your username and thing don't match. I just always forget for some fucking reason. Let's see. This is definitely good right here. Yeah, like, if I could have Steno's NP next turn, that would just be so good, but we'll still do really well here. I probably should have given Steno Hansa's skill, because we're prioritizing Ku's cards so much, he just overcharged a bunch. And look at this! Look at this! We could remove the defense buff and the evade, right? Like, fuck, where now I have to attack to get rid of the evade, unfortunately. We'll do... Actually, I think I'll do art first, because it gives the art card bonus to the extra and everything. Thankfully, we have armor ignore, so we don't. The defense buff's not a big deal. Now, for a lot of other units, though, that's not the case. All right, let's see the damage. Gut CE though on Steno is fine when she's soloing though. It's actually super good on her. And that 263 at neutral. My God, that's just with Steno, right? We didn't get any buffs from Hans there at all. Like if we were counterclassing, you can get to 1,000,000 damage like it's nothing. Like, I mean, like it's nothing. It won't be hard to do at all. Dear God. And if Steno had NP'd, okay, let's reset just because we want to show off even more damage. That's crazy, dude. Imagine if you did double Steno Protoku. Like that's so much charm. Like, he'll never do anything. He'll remove the evade like every goddamn turn. Okay, now we can be on turn 1 if we care to. Hey Erzer, thank you for the resub. Galio is still my favorite Gundam character. I respect that. And he's pretty high on my list too. I love his character arc, and he gets a happy ending. Like, how about that, right? He has this crazy character arc. He's like the sidest side character that it was ever a side character. But then he ends up becoming super important, and he beats like the main antagonist, who kind of became not an antagonist. But what are you gonna do? Weird show. You know, and then everything works out pretty happy for him in the end, which you wouldn't really expect considering how that show goes. But yeah, he's awesome. I love his character arc. I like his voice actor in English and in Japanese. Yeah, he's really high on my list too. Yeah, that's an opening hand. It's the bad thing is it's actually not good for us because it'd be good if I had Star Bomb, but this is my crits, but I don't have crits yet, so that's actually not really a good thing, unfortunately. But it does mean we get our NP nice and easy, so we'll just break with our NP on turn 2, I suppose. It's just a waste of a lot of value, right? It's very unnecessary. So Steno will just use her battery next turn. Dude, I love this combo. This is great. And you can do it with regular Ku. If you're not fighting a beast, use regular Ku, right? It's disgusting. We're totally leveling Proto Ku on the Steno account, though, so we can do shit like this. We're trying to avoid using regular Ku because chat doesn't want it, but it's obviously very good. Because Ku has the universal attack up, right? And it can get really big as well. I guess we just focus on NP gain here. Honestly, we don't really need Hans with this setup. I mean, the crit stars are nice, but you could use something else if you wanted to. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I probably should have charmed, I should have charmed the boss. Because, he probably would have hit Proto Ku. Damn it. Let me think. I think Steno's defense down lingers, so even though removing the evade here is not that good, I think we do that. Like, I wanted to save it for when I could just remove the evade so then I could NP next, but yeah, that was bad RNG right there. Okay, we might actually get our NP. No, what am I saying? Of course we get our NP right now. We have Hans' skill. So this sets us up pretty good for next turn. Not as good as if we had already had our NP. Hans! You didn't land the attack buff! That was the whole reason I did this! Fuck! We're trying to do big numbers, Hans! She missed her 80% drain. Hans missed his 80% attack buff. Lobo hasn't gotten a turn yet, by the way. That's kind of a rough feeling. He literally hasn't even had the option to cast his defense up. Like, he never got the option there. Well, we'll do more damage than last time, but not that much more because we didn't get the other attack up. But we do have the defense down, which is rather large. Yep, 300, so that'd be 600k at counter class, and then we could also have a Mystic Coat that does damage up. And then Hans could have landed the buff. And you could be really crazy and use, like, you know, your friend Scatty, right? That is the first time Lobo has gotten to do anything. Real shame we missed the drain, though. The drain would actually be very practical for the way this one is going. That's kind of unfortunate. Not sure focusing on the NP gain there was worth. Probably could have just done damage. Now, I can crit here with my Star Absorb, but he has double defense buff. This would be a godly turn to NP with Steno. Because you'd remove 2 crit buffs, evade, 2 defense buffs. Like what the hell? You could potentially have won by now with the setup if, like, the deck was just, like, shuffled better. And I think we'd be very likely to win before he ever NPs if you land Steno's. You land Steno's drain. Sadly, we did not. Please don't NP Steno. I did kind of mess up by not having a taunt. Mozart and Shakespeare deserve animation updates so much. Like, so much. Yeah, if Ku got insta-death, I'd have been pretty pissed there. Okay, good timeline. Honestly, you just don't need Hans. You need to deal with the NP to be safe. So we have so much overkill damage, right? There's no need to play this the way that we have. It's just kind of fun. All right, I could probably win right now, but yeah, I can definitely win right now. I can do her third skill, which gives you the big divinity attack up, and then third skill and NP and all that. But let's try to set it up all meta like here. Steno with the crits. See, and what is really cool about Steno now, because she's got those new passives, is if the enemy happens to be a rider, while she's getting NP or stars for the team, she'll actually throw out some pretty chunky damage. Because she's the only assassin in the game that gets bonus damage to riders as one of her passives. Okay, well, Lobo is extremely dead. I have too much value here to use. We got the Buster up, the crit buffs, we got the buff removal, the defense down. What I guess we do, because we want to show off as much as possible, like as many things in one place, we'll do the NP, and then we'll do that. It gets the Buster card bonus, and then we'll do the NP. And yeah, we'll Zeep the app. That ought to let us show off a lot of damage here. And then, dude, you can do this with, like, Caesar, right? If you're fighting a Lancer, you can use Caesar. Caesar has Divinity, and he's got that that is 100k, and we're not counterclassing. But Caesar's got that, you know, crazy NP damage, and he's got the Divinity as well. Almost 300k again. That is, quite good. And look at... Lobo didn't do anything. He was being charmed, and we were removing his buffs, and like he was so unthreatening because you know her support is the drain and the stars and then the charm and the buff removal, right? That stuff was so useful there. Lobo didn't do jack shit. Yeah, he killed Hans, but that was just the NP, and we didn't even try to save Hans, right? On a more typical setup, you could easily prevent that from happening. Hans deserved it. I mean, he didn't land the attack buff. So, you know, I'm not going to disagree. I can't wait to get this Steno account rolling and see how it does against Gwaine and all that kind of stuff. It's a shame that we don't have a Divinity Archer to work with Steno. Obviously, I could summon one, like Gilgamesh, but I don't think chat's going to want me to do that. We need to get Hot Wheels. Like, maybe once that account gets its, like, backbone from Story Summon done, maybe we save up for a Hot Wheels, because Hot Wheels would be incredible on that account. I want to switch to the Steno account real quick. Let's look at our units, because I'm not 100% sure what we actually have to work with over there. So let's take a peek. And I get the wrong one. Before we switch over, we'll do another account review, because I'm being extremely slow with that. Let me just get it ready, though. You could use Kid Gil, but Kid Gil's shit for Gwaine, because he's AoE. And he has no hard survival. The two things a budget setup needs for Gwaine is good, you know, NP damage and survivability. And Kid Gil has none of that, so. Like, you could make Kid Gil work, but not on a budget team. And he is so inferior to David, Robin, Uriel, Billy, right? He's so inferior. Paris even. Does Paris have Divinity? I just don't like Paris, so I wouldn't really... That's good. I mean, Steno Paris is fine. It's another option for buff removal. That's actually something I need to bring up more during my account reviews, actually. Paris is a legitimate option for that kind of thing. Nope, he does not have Divinity. I thought he might because of Apollo hanging out, but he doesn't have it. OP music, man. But alright, let's do an account review, and then we'll check out the Steno account. Why is this off-center? Just move it then. Alright, what do we got here? We just did Sebastian, we did just earlier. Let's do, we got Lackel? Lackel? It's Lackell. I'm gonna go with Lackel. I hope I'm in the ballpark on that one. I like how we found another way that I have to pronounce people's names. God damn it. Chat, how do you feel about using channel points for people to jump the line? I don't know. It's the problem is everyone has so many channel points at this point. Everyone could jump the line, and it would cause a lot of chaos. So, I want something. I want something for channel points, but yeah, I don't. So many other people have waited so long, you know. Oh my god, imagine Cyber if I had that thing that Cairo has with the rolling. You could just make me roll so fucking much. Like, fuck that. Alright, this account is 1.5 months old. Oh shit, boys. We got a super newbie here. I guess this is JP because he's talking about NeroFest. 1.5 months old and has only played through NeroFest. Well, the good news is NeroFest is one of the better events for getting an account going. Any general advice on servant leveling, skill leveling, priorities would be great. In the main story, I've cleared 5-1. Oh, you must have been carried, Freya, Beastly, and Zaw. Yeah, carried. I was like, what? So you super cheesed that. Let's see, and have not started LB52 or Epic of Remnant. So those ones are harder to cheese because there's a lot of fights where you don't get support. So that's probably why you stopped at 5-1. I don't plan on continuing the story until playing through a few events, as I don't like having unevenly leveled skills. A lot of units are, I guess your units are just, their skill ranks suck. Moreover, I'm not sure if there's anything I should keep in mind for Grailfront. No, Grailfront doesn't matter at all. Since I'm not familiar with that game mode, it's a shit show, it doesn't really matter. I have one lore remaining, although they might make it better. They might make Grailfront better, so, things that are good in solo are good in Grailfront. That's the best way of looking at it. And weirdly enough, 3-star craft essences can actually be good there. And Art of Death, oh my god, Art of Death is so good in Grailfront. I have one lore remaining, which I'm planning to use on Castoria, and I'm curious if I should use future lores on MASH. Yes, since she appears as a force support. Yeah, she's super good. MASH is super important. As for CE, some notable ones I have are 2030, Demonic, the Evade, I almost said it. The Evade got me. That threw me off. Nice try, chat. Not quite. That was close, though. That one almost rolled right off the tongue. The Evade, I almost said it again. The Evade Caneth thing are there any events that will rerun with good CEs? I mean, there's always good. You don't need see if you played the game for 1 year, you'll get a nice roster of CEs from events. If you play every event in a year, you're gonna get the stuff. I would never put channel points behind, like, with face reveal. I don't care if my face gets shown. I'm not shy, but I don't care either way. The reason I don't do it is because so many people don't want me to do it, because they're like, they already have like that idea of what I am in their head, and they'd rather just not know, right? Keep it a mystery, right? So fair enough. I don't give a shit either way, though. So maybe someday my face will be used in like a horror stream or something. Who knows? I don't really care. Ultimately, to be a successful streamer, though, it is better to have a face cam. It's a thing. It's just a known thing. You'll get more viewers. You know, people like that interaction. But I'm not looking to be a giant ass stream. I don't want to be a giant ass stream. Dude. I hated my Lost Vault 6 streams because there were so many people in here. Right? It was awful. Like, you know, right now it's nice and comfy, and we can have a nice back and forth and communicate. Right? When there's that, God, yes, I'm not looking to grow my stream that much. Anyway. I'm also not sure if anything on the RP shop is worth prioritizing. Yeah, I'll look at that. That's something that I can see why people need advice on. I'll look at what you got for that. Since the only servants I'll be alright with burning is Banana Oni. Sorry, Baraki enjoyers. The good news is you will get rare prisms through other means. Some events just give you rare prisms now. Also, if unfortunately you're so new, you're gonna have to wait a while for this. But when you get a welfare and that event gets reran and you get the welfare again, you get a bunch of rare prisms instead. So you will get rare prisms, and hopefully you'll just, at some point, you'll just get a gold you don't like and you'll burn them and you get rare prism stuff, because rare prism stuff is very useful to newer accounts. Hold on, before I get into this, let me get water because I am parched and I have to talk a lot when it comes to account reviews, so... Alrighty, I am back. Chat goofing off, I see. Good music though. Alright. So NP2 Bedivere, he's really good at NP2. He's already leveled. Okay, so because you're on JP, I legitimately think for farming, I think a Toria Lily is now better than Saber Alter. However, it's a higher investment because you got to get her passive skill to get the starting MP. But she's got the battery now, and she's got the she's much easier to get NP rank on because I'm assuming your Saber Alter is NP1, where sooner or later you're gonna get NP5 Saber Lily. So honestly, it'd be pretty worthwhile to level your Saber Lily on this account for your AoE. All you really got though for a single target is Bedivere and Caesar, but I mean good enough, right? It's good enough. So your Saber slot's all right. You don't have any hard survival. You have no hard survival for your Sabers. So it's worth keeping in mind that if you level another Saber, I would probably level Fergus, honestly. You could probably hold off on Saber Lily even, just because you do have Artoria Alter, Saber Alter. Like, she's good enough, right? She's good for farming too, right? She's totally fine for farming. And Lily, you might take a while to get her coins, to get her passive and everything, so you could wait a while. But down the road, Saber Lily's gonna be better than Saber Alter. Especially if it's NP1 versus NP5. Okay, so you're a new account, so I will give your David a pass. At least you got it to 6, so you got the first cooldown reduction. So you know what's up. You're trying, right? And you're not one of those dum-dums that's like, oh, I have Tristan, so I don't need David. You know, not at all. Your account's already, because you're smart and you level David, you're actually looking great on archers, because just Tristan and just David together will go so far when it comes to, you know, your archer needs. And you've got Arash for farming. I mean, this account is super new, so it's bare bones as fuck, but you're good. Like, you're good, right? Just, you know, work on their skill ranks and you know, you'll be in good shape. Maybe in case you need a little bit extra oomph, you know, level Robin. I would definitely level Robin over Billy, because Tristan also has the battery, so you don't really need the gimmick that Billy does. So if you level anything of this lot, I would probably level Robin. But honestly, not that high a priority. Literally, these 3 archers will get you so far. Alright, Liz is in P2. Who would generally use more between Percival and Fionn? It depends, I'll get into that in a second here. I'd like to raise one of them, but both have hard mats. If mats are the issue, then I would say Percival, because Percival performs better at lower skill ranks. Fionn is very good, but he's very dependent on high skill ranks. And Percival will also offer you another St. George, essentially, which is awesome. There are many boss fights where Percival is very, very useful. So Fionn is good, but I would go with Percival, absolutely. Okay, so you've got Liz and P2, so that's also good for farming. So Liz and Percival together is pretty much all you'll need for your AoE Lancer stuff. So you don't really have a proper Lancer though. You don't have one, like a single target one. You're working on Q and Enkidu kind of at the same time. If Enkidu is NP1, it's kind of a hard call. I kind of would lean towards Enkidu just because he is so good for Fluffy, and you're gonna have to deal with that, right? You're not even that far away from Fluffy, and you don't get to summon a support for Fluffy. So I would probably say, unless you want a Grail Coup, I would probably level Enkidu first. But they're both really, really good. But yeah, I mean, you're in Lost Belt 5-1, so you know you've got. Or wait, no, I think you said you beat 5-1, so you're at 5-2. So you know, definitely Enkidu, because there's so many fights in 5-2 that Enkidu will make way easier. All of the major bosses have Divinity. So, you know, actually Enkidu, I would say, is a pretty high priority on this account. Because whenever you get back to doing the story again, you're going to have a million things with Divinity. Enkidu's great there. And then also Fluffy. So, a lot of boom for your buck leveling Enkidu. As for AoE though, just Percival and Liz, I wouldn't deal with anything else. I wouldn't level Fionn for quite a while. Like I wouldn't level it for quite a while. Maybe way down the line when you're way more secure on mats, then maybe you do it. Okay, so man, your account is so close to Demeter. This is obviously relevant. You need to level Ricky. You got Ushi, so that's good. So Ushi and Ricky is your backbone. Let me go look at your casters real quick. Wait, did I already look at casters? What? Oh god, for some reason, some of the older pictures just always miss the caster slot. I don't know why this is. Any chance we are you in chat? Lackle, did I say it? Because we really need to see the caster. I don't know why this is. I think it's the ones that Vol did. For some reason, the early ones, for some reason, something must have like just gone wrong. They're like missing the caster screenshot for some fucking reason. This sucks because it's really important. The caster slot is so important. It is gonna really, because if someone's gonna watch the VOD, it's really hard for me to give them advice based on because it matters a lot. Yeah, I don't know if he has Castoria or he's planning on rolling. I'm guessing he has her, and that would be my guess. So that does help. The thing is, like, with how important Alex is really going to vary depending on what kind of supports he has. So it's rough. I will say this: if you don't have Medea leveled, I would probably level Alex, even if you with Castoria, because you don't have a lot of other like debuff removal options, and it's good for Demeter specifically. So, and it's good for Vinch. So I think Alex is worthwhile. You don't have to go hard on his skill ranks at all. I would not do the hero-proof skill ups at all. I go to 444 or whatever, like fuck it. You're mostly going to use them for just the straight buff removal. But get Ricky up. This account needs Ricky. It really does. If you have Ricky, Alex, Ushi, that's enough for Demeter. It really is, especially if you have Castor Artoria. That is enough. And Ricky will be godly with Castor Artoria. Hell, you might be able to beat Demeter without Ushi if you just do Castoria Ricky stuff well. But yeah, you're probably gonna want. I don't think you have the command codes to remove defense buffs, so you're going to need Alex or something like him for Demeter. Okay, so you have Vinch. Obviously, she's not really upgraded, so she can't really be that kind of support yet, but she's getting there. 100 Face, good pick. Fuma, good pick. Your assassin slot is really sad though. I would honestly, chat's probably going to disagree with me, but I think you worry about Hassan's skill ranks over Vinch's. Right now, your account doesn't have a lot of stuff to synergize with like Vinch stuff, and it's just, it doesn't matter, right? You're not, none of it's okay for farming, but I think she's already good enough for farming, right? So sure, if you can get Vinch's first skill up some, that's good. But I think you've got enough stuff for farming right now. It's just not that important. I would worry more about 100 Face. Although, I guess there's not any fights coming up where you need 100 Face necessarily. So I don't know. Maybe you do level Vinch's, at least get Vinch's first skill up. Oh, you are in chat. Okay, thank God. I don't have Vinch's mats anyway, so it works for me. Should I post it on Discord? Yeah, if you could DM me the screenshot of your caster slot, that would really help. I don't know why we have all these like random ones that don't have the caster. Of all the slots, you know, why that one? But yeah, if you could DM me that would help a lot. So another reason that I'm saying that 100 Face is good is because I presume you do have Castor Artoria, and 100 Face with Castor Artoria is incredible, right? It's super good. So, you know, art stuff is very favored on this account if you have Castor Artoria. Again, so Ricky Boy is super, super, super good here. Even if he's only like NP3 or something, it's really worthwhile. Definitely say though Robin worth leveling then because of that as well, but not high priority. Okay, so you got Spartacus for farming. You got Spartacus and Arash for farming, so that's the typical backbone stuff. Okay, here we got the screenshot. Let me look at that here. Okay. Okay, oh, that's great. She's very upgraded, so that's very good. And you got Han. So this is, oh wow, you have Waver. Okay, see, that's important information. That changes. The fact that you have Waver and Castoria, that changes quite a bit. I think you still need David, abso-fucking-lutely. But a lot of other stuff you're not going to need as much. Like, you could probably beat Demeter with just Ricky Boy. And honestly, I wish I'd seen your account sooner. I probably would have recommended you just level Ricky and not Ushi, actually, with an account like this. So Hans is lower priority on this account because you have Waver and Caster Artoria, but he's still good because you're going to have team cost issues sometimes. But he is lower priority. Like, I would have actually leveled Asclepius way over Hans. That's awesome that you have Asclepius already, though. And Mozart's lower priority, too, because of Castoria, but no joke, Castoria with Mozart is awesome. But yeah, Waver and Castoria, most of the budget supports are way less meaningful. The only one that is still really, really important is David, right? Because Castoria is kind of, you have to get the NP, and sometimes you don't want to do that, or you need to save it, or you gotta use like the art cards from someone else. So David being able to just click a button and save the team, working with Castoria, is very, very good. So the only thing I'd worry about for casters right now, honestly, is Asclepius and Babbage, because you may end up needing some DPS caster stuff, but not that high a priority though. Like really, Asclepius is the only high priority caster, I would say. You're looking pretty good there. So for Berserkers, I would level Beowulf. I would level Beowulf way over Ibaraki. Like, I just it's not even close. Beowulf is so much better than she is. And you said you don't even like her that much, so I would easily go with Beowulf. Beowulf, Spartacus will be like your backbone. I do think you're going to want a DPS caster, though. You don't have enough oomph with your Berserkers right now that you can get away with, like, never having a DPS caster. You're probably going to need a DPS caster at some point. However, I would probably put that as lower priority. Ricky is way more important. Leveling Ricky, I think, is way more important than leveling Babbage. Right now, I actually say leveling Ricky is one of the most... Ricky and Kidu, I think, are the two most important things, and then maybe Percival, because your Lancer slot is pretty weak, and Percival is good for farming and for challenge quests and main story stuff. But you said you wanted to focus on events for a little while, so that makes me think you're going to want to focus on some AoE stuff. Because you have Caster Artoria, though, Percival, I would say Percival's pretty high priority. If you're planning on doing 5-2 soon, level in Q2 right now. If you're not planning on doing 5-2 anytime soon, level Percival right now. Percival, I would say, is actually very high priority, because he helps with the farming so much. Thankfully, though, you have Spartacus and Arash. This is a super newbie account done 100% correctly, by the way. Other than maybe the Ibaraki. I think the Ibaraki was a mistake, and I think Ushi might have been a mistake. But Ushi's normally good. It's just this account has Caster Artoria. But seriously, this account is lean, right, as fuck. It barely has anything. It barely has anything but great choices. I mean, David, like, I'm telling you, a lot of people, because I've seen it. A lot of people, if they have Tristan, and it's a lean as fuck account, they won't level David. They're like, oh, okay, I can put David way off because I got Tristan. No, if you have Tristan as like one of your only archers leveled, the other archer you level is Tristan, because then you basically don't ever need another archer again, right? So, really good pick there. Oh, I'm missing a bit of chat here. How would Anastasia MP3 do as DPS caster? I'd probably Grail her too, since she's great. Okay. I mean, it's okay. She's still AoE though, right? She's still AoE, and it's not like her kit is single target focused, so you don't have like big crits out of her or anything. But you definitely could hold off on leveling Babbage for a while. But I would still level Babbage. It's not like Anastasia on her own is just going to always be enough. But with Caster Artoria, it's pretty good. So it'd be pretty low priority. I would level Beowulf before that. I would level Ricky before that. But at some point, I would probably level a DPS caster. Okay, so extra slot, definitely focus on getting your mash up. It's super important. Like, it's super important to get mash skill ranks. I know it sucks, but it's really important. Luvia would be pretty worth leveling because sure, niche just comes up all the time, and this account could definitely make use of a ruler. You got the elephant. That's actually really good for this account. That's actually really good for this account because it gives you a lot of tankiness. I would not level Antonio anytime soon. Even though he's in P3, would not bother. Just not worth it. You can get away with not having an Avenger, especially because you have Luvia, and if you level the Beowulf, which I think is way higher priority, you're not going to really need Antonio much. I hate to say that, it just sucks. That being said, I would level him eventually, though, because you have Caster Artoria, so it's going to help you farm and whatnot. So at some point, I would level him. And who knows, maybe he's going to get an NP buff sometime, and it'll be a lot better. Caster Artoria really does make Antonio more worthwhile on this account. The only reason I don't really recommend it is just because you have other things that can generally do what he does. I mean, you've got Percival, you've got some, Berserkers, and whatnot. But yeah, it's not bad to level Music Man on this account. I was probably knee-jerking at the start there because of Caster Artoria, but I'd still level Ricky first, and that kind of thing. But yeah, it would not be bad to level him. It'd be handy for for the farming and whatnot. Wouldn't level Ongra though, like not at all. Okay, so CEs, this is always important on a newbie account. So as a newbie account, it's really good that you got Leyline already. That's quite lucky. You got Jeweled Sword, that's good. You've got the Guts one, so that's good as well. So you got some nice basic stuff there. You don't have a lot of starting NP stuff. You got that Nero one, that's a good hold me over. It is not a good one in the long run if it's not limit broken. If it's limit broken, it's perfectly good in the long run. Like you could use it forever, but if it not being limit broken, that's you're going to replace it, right? You're in about a year, right? Throughout the year, they always give out 50% starting NP damage CEs, so it's going to get replaced. But it is a good hold me over. It really is. Between that and Leyline, you got some nice options there. I would level that Formal Craft a little bit, maybe up to 20, and that's actually good as well. You're definitely gonna want Art of Death. You've already missed the Yang CE, and it's probably not coming back anytime soon. So this account's very much gonna want to level Art of Death. I would not take anything to 100 right now, and you might even want to hold on to some CE bombs, which you got. I can see you got CE bombs right there. Some of those are worth holding on to until event CEs on JP come out that give you the basic stuff. None of this stuff is worth leveling super high. It's okay to level the Gut CE a chunk though. It's okay to level Formal Craft and that kind of stuff, but none of this stuff is actually worth leveling super high. So yeah, holding on to the CE bombs is actually the smart move. So yeah, you seem to know what you're doing for the most part, so that's painful. That's painful, but a very new account, but that's still painful. I'm guessing you used a lot of the ones that they gave you on Nero Fest, right? Overall, though, this is, I mean, for such a newbie account, this is in very good shape. I mean, the Tristan-David combo, that's why I always say level David, because even if you have Tristan, if you just level Tristan and David, you're basically done with archers, right? And that's so powerful. So yeah, you're looking great. Yeah, you got the one Sakura CE there, and hey, you've already got the defense one for anti-mail. That's worthwhile. So yeah, looking good, looking very good. You got 2030. That's actually good for Hans. I will say, if you want to do crit support, leveling Hans is not bad because you have 2030. I was saying Hans isn't that important, which I would say is true for the most part, but because you have 2030, it's not bad to level Hans. But you could slap 2030 on Waver, and I think that'll still do pretty well. But yeah, I think you're looking pretty good, and yeah, getting Castoria to 10-10-10 is definitely worthwhile. And then after that, Ricky is pretty high priority, I'd say, on this, and then Percival for the farming. Because it looks like you're going to focus on farming for a while, so... But you've already got Spartacus and Arash, so this guy's been paying attention, I think, and he knows what's up. I'm not dissing Hans at all. I actually recommend almost every account review that we do. We almost always recommend Hans. The only reason we're not here is because this is one of the few accounts we've seen that has 2 really big boy supports. Actually, kind of 3 because of Inch. So it's just not as important as it would be otherwise. It's still good though. Like, it still is good to have Hans. He's got a lot of stuff he's got to worry about. Your streams and YouTube help me learn a lot. Well, that's good to know. Hope it's going smoothly for you. All right, Steno account. We haven't really decided what we're leveling on this account yet, so let's see what we're working with here. Now, obviously, this account should level Ku, but you know, chat doesn't want me to do that, so I gotta make a caveat here. You know, the reason we don't level on Ku on this account is not because it's like a decision, like we don't need him. It's just it's for variety's sake. Okay, so what really sucks is this account's gotten a decent amount of golds already. It's just they don't have divinity. You know what this account should do? If this was a real account that I was playing for real, you level Hercules and you level Ku. Those are both god tier units in a vacuum, and then they both have divinity, which combos with Steno. But we can't do Hercules because we just did the other account, which was literally the Hercules account. So we kind of have to not do that. But like this account, it's very unlucky that we got Hercules and not literally anything else with divinity because of that. Like normally you'd be you know, praising your lucky stars because you got Hercules, but yeah, we don't want to do it on this one. Yeah, I'm pretty far in the Dash campaign, like this, because we haven't actually streamed this account every day, so it's had a lot of filler days, so it's pretty far in. So we're gonna level Protoku, we're gonna level Baldy purely for the lulz. It is such a bad idea to level Baldy on a newbie account. horrible idea. I am setting a terrible fucking example on this account. Like, it is so fucking stupid to level Baldy in this situation. Not only is he not worth leveling at all in a newbie account, but he doesn't have divinity. It's a terrible fucking idea. I mean, it's just dumb. But okay, let's see. What else do we have? So, Caesar is pretty high priority just because of the, I hate the way it auto sorts. Oh my god, this is such a joke, the way it sorts things. This is why I normally level every servant like at least one time, that way it's not like this. So Caesar is going to be our first saber, no question. We do not have a lot of divinity options, unfortunately. How you would get around that early on is you summon DPSs to work with Steno, but I don't think chat's going to want me to do that very often, so... so Protoku is going to be really important on this account, I think. I know I wanted to level Baldy, but I'm probably going to level Protoku first, and I know it's going to piss off some people, but it's just stupid. The number one thing on the agenda on this account is Steno. There's no world where your number one criteria on an account is Steno, and then you ignore all the things that you have to have divinity. Like, I can't justify that. That's stupid, right? I can't have the Steno account level Baldy and then have no one with divinity. Right? Like, one of my only options for divinity is Ku and Proto-Ku. That's it, right? It's that and Caesar. So, honestly, it's gonna be Proto-Ku first and then Baldy second. You know, I'm gonna try to get Baldy up and use him and stuff, but it's like, if I had pulled other golds and stuff that happened to have divinity, or I was gonna use Herc, then I could get away with not doing it, right? Especially with Herc, right? And that'd be good enough, right? Herc and Caesar would be enough. But, you know, Caesar alone is not enough. But Caesar and Proto-Ku, now we're getting somewhere, right? Like, you gotta cover your bases here. Atalante doesn't have divinity. Shame, because if she did, that would be quite good. Okay, so we're leveling David first. So David, Proto-Ku... Rosh is gonna be up there, I don't know how soon, but we don't really need him until, like, Corrupted Ushi. I mean, our assassin's gonna be 100 face. It's just, there's no competition. There's just no competition. It's either that or we grail Kojiro, right? That's the one. If we didn't want to do 100 face, we could do Kojiro and you would grail him. That's the one way that we could do that instead. Berserker, I could do Caligula for the fun of it, but that's pretty tough to do in this scenario. I feel like it's better to do the typical stuff. I'm thinking Darius first, actually. I wouldn't mind grailing Kojiro, to be honest. Maybe that would be nice to do something different. It's just, here's the thing, a grailed Kojiro is good, but a 70-100 face is better. I mean, 100 face is just so powerful. Because it's like, when you're being bare bones and you're being free, you only have so much wiggle room. People want me to do all the fun, silly stuff, but it's like, it's just completely free to play. You cannot be a fucking moron on a completely free to play account, right? Especially if you're not gonna summon supports to carry you. If you're gonna summon supports to carry you, then you can be a fucking idiot, but if you're only going to summon like 3 stars and, you know, more medium power things from your support list, you have to be smart. I mean, you have to be. You don't have the luxury of being that big of a dum-dum. Yeah, it looks like Proto-Ku, David, Caesar are going to be very early on level ups. I do kind of want to level up, though, Arash kind of early, just to help with farming and to help with when we do get to Corrupted Ushi and that kind of thing. A year ago, another rant. A year later, another rant. Wait, what? But thank you for the 12 months, Stinky. I really appreciate it, dude. It'd have been cool if Atalante got divinity, but yeah, she definitely does not. I might do Kojiro though, and I could even do 100 faces like a backup at some point. Like, we have a little bit of wiggle room to have fun and stuff, right? For sure. So, we might do Grailed Kojiro. We gotta do Grailed Steno eventually, though. That's kind of the point of the account. And I want to Grail Proto-Ku then, I guess. And maybe even Caesar. Just Grail the divinity stuff. And we haven't picked our 5-star yet. Well, that's one thing we could do to even out the account, is you pick something that has divinity that's actually good. People wanted me to pick Tam just because she's something I never used and is very good. Maybe, but we'll see. So what do we got here? We got Ku Alter would be an amazing pick for this account, but I'm not doing that because I don't like Ku Alter in the slightest. Got Achilles. Achilles would be extremely good for this account, but I don't think the chat wants me to do that because I already have an 101 elephant. It actually wouldn't be that bad. Karna. Okay, that's a way you could not level Protoku if you picked Karna. Even then, though, it's AoE. Or Juno wouldn't be bad on this account. Nah, I don't like Quetz that much, to be honest. I actually would not hate Arjuna on this account. That'd be something fun. We'll see. If this account gets Tesla from Story Summon or any other means, I will pick Tesla as my free 5-star. You can't stop. I won't even care. I'll literally ignore everything chat ever says, and I'm just gonna make the account set up so we can make a good Zeus video with Tesla because I want to do that really bad. So that if I get Tesla, that's 100% priority, and then fuck everything else. Crew Sumday, thank you for the gifted sub again. Almost 50 gifted subs, man. What the fuck? That's a lot. All right, we should level up a few things real quick. I haven't actually sat down and leveled anything. Wouldn't mind leveling Ricky before Ushi. The thing is, it's hard to argue that like Ushi's just better early game because you get her early game. And Ricky doesn't have hard survival, so he needs more specific stuff to work. However, if we did pick Tam, if we pick Tam as our what's the thing, if you use that with Ricky, oh no, you can get Ricky early on. He's not story locked. The thing is, you can get Ushi's though NP upgrades so early in the game, and that's so powerful. She's one of the easiest ways you get access to like that much damage that early in the game, and that really is good. Yeah, actually, I probably won't roll anymore until London because this account can beat London as is. Wow, we actually need statues. That's a rare thing. I guess London is when we'll start like actually playing the game. Doesn't really start until Camelot, but we'll start taking it a bit more seriously then. Yeah, so I guess we'll do Siegfried and Caesar for our Saber. We don't have Caesar yet though, so we're gonna level Siegfried eventually anyway. He's gonna be our AoE. So I might as well level him now because I got nothing else to level, so for Saber. I like Siegfried quite a bit. Okay, I guess it makes sense to level David. I haven't really done anything on this account yet. I've just been collecting the login rewards. Like I haven't done shit yet. I'm too lazy. I'll make it a point though to play this account for the summer event. Because that would get it on the map. One good event normally can get an account on the map for like Camelot and that kind of stuff. I guess we'll level Arash next. Yeah, that's fine. I might grail Arash on this account. I feel like I'm shitting on Atalante there, but I mean, lore-wise, he can basically do her NP with skill alone, so I mean, he would obviously level Arash, right? But a grail Arash would be pretty handy on this account. They give you so much XP from the Start Dash campaign, dude. And man, Arash has got that animation update. Yeah, I think we're grailing Arash on this account. Yeah, I'm pretty sold on that. We've already got a pretty good backbone here. Where is Hans gonna land on this account? That I am not sure about. Steno changes things. Makes things a bit more offensive, so I don't know. Shingong's important. Okay, so DPS wise, we've got a lot of quick, but it's quick and buster. Shingong's pretty good, and he's good for farming as well, so I think leveling, I don't know though, Hans is so universal. That's tough. Normally I level Robin right away to deal with Gwaine, and I use Mozart as well, but I can probably deal with Gwaine with just David. That might sound crazy, but I think that can work. So I might lower the priority. Like I normally like Mozart, Robin are so high priority for me, but I honestly with Steno and everything, I think it's not too bad. Hans is still really important though, but I'll wait on casters for a little bit. Okay, we'll do Kojiro instead of 100 phase just to mix it up, and I can always summon a 70-100 phase. And because Steno is an assassin, she can help us kill riders too in future, and she gets that passive skill where she like does mega damage to riders. So we'll try to make that work. I'm okay with that. And I really like Kojiro. I mean, he's awesome. I'd love to have my own Grailed Kojiro, so I think it's time. I'm looking forward to this account. I'm not looking forward to Septum to you know, through America, but Camelot and on, I'm looking forward to it a lot. Chat, last time we played through the game, you all voted to do Salem immediately, right? So, because the thing about Salem is you need to hold your own because you can't summon supports, and so chat wanted me to do Salem ASAP, and I beat it. Fuck y'all, I fucking beat it, and it actually wasn't even that bad because I was so meta with the stuff that I had leveled. But yeah, we'll see because you don't have to do Epic of Remnant right away. You can do Lost Belts first, so we'll see. What our order is. What we might do is we'll vote every time. We'll do like Lost Belt 1 versus Epic of Remnant stuff. And then if we do Lost Belt 1, then we'll vote again. If we will vote Lost Belt 2 or Epic of Remnant, right? We'll just keep going like that. We'll see though. I mean, it's kind of fun to do Shimosa early because it is a challenge, but you do need pretty specific stuff. Like, this is why leveling 100 face is good. 100, I'm not exaggerating. I literally did this on the 1 to 3 star account of all things, but even on the regular account. All you got to do with your team when you fight Raiko and Shooten, which is one of the harder fights there, if all your whole team can be dedicated to just killing Shooten, and she's a berserker, so it's not that hard, then 100 face can at level 70 can just solo Raiko. Right? That makes that so much easier, right? That's a hard fight. That really is a hard fight. But if you dedicate your entire team to just murdering, shooting as fast as possible, and you can just have because I'm telling you, Kojiro cannot just solo Raiko there. There's no way. 100 face just has way too good loopability and way too much survivability. The heal and the evade on such a short cooldown. Kojiro can still be good there though. I don't know what we're gonna do, IC about our SQ after we get the Storylock stuff. I'm hoping we'll get a free 4-star ticket sometime, and I can pick Steno that way. But I don't know, because she doesn't really get rate ups and stuff. And also, she doesn't scale very much with NP rank. Let me look her up here. It's not, I want to at least get her NP2, right, because of the battery thing. If you're the main unit on the account, you want to at least be NP2. But, let's see, her overcharge is, or NP rank is the death chance. Oh my god. That is so, okay, the defense down 2. When you get the upgrade, it's the defense down 2. But the defense down doesn't scale that much. I mean, okay, how about say, if you want maximum Steno, you want to give as much support as possible to your divinity and everything. So we will try to get NP ranks on Steno, but I don't know how high the priority is going to be there, because I want at least NP2, because that is 25% for the defense down, which is pretty good. But yeah, it ups your insta-kill chance. Like, who cares about that? That's true. If we do want to get her to 120 for the lols, then you do need the coins. We'll see. Well, I'll just, once we get the stuff that we want, We'll just save up and we'll go from there, right? We're not going to be blowing our SQ all the time. The events might be kind with how you get coins, but we don't know yet. Alright, I'm not sure if I've done my FP summon today. Let me do that real quick. Saber Kojiro win. Oh, I should probably ascend Siegfried if I can. I want the gauntlets, man. They're cool. Might level Medusa eventually because she's good for farming and she has divinity. Also, it's thematic. She's not super high priority though because you don't need that much AoE. On your newbie account, all the AoE you really need is like Spartacus or Rosh for a long time. But Medusa is really nice for farming, and again, she has divinity, so she's higher priority than normal. I'll say that. She's definitely higher priority than she normally is. I don't normally even level her on a lot of my other accounts, so. Which sucks, because I actually like Medusa, so. Don't worry, guys, we got those Spartacus coins. Alright, let's just, oh, no story support. I need to log in the 1 to 3 star account then, so I can summon myself, because there's literally nothing I can summon that's not OP. It's either that, or you just summon something and throw it in the back. And normally we do story support on this account. Okay, well, definitely David time. Yeah, that's pretty good. And then we need Ushi Bond, and we need David Bond. How is the David Bond looking? Not great, but we have a long way to go, so no big deal. That's not the best either. Okay, do this. She'd be better with attack stat, but she's kind of over-leveled. So I'm intentionally keeping her stats down. That's why we haven't foed her or leveled her to 80 and stuff, so trying to keep it a bit more reasonable. Damn. Good old cope scope. It's nice that we got it though. I would have preferred to have gotten a regular case scope, but I'm more than happy to get that. Gets you off the ground pretty quick. The only reason I leveled my free ascend as much as I did was just because Steno is an old unit that doesn't get her 3rd skill unless she's max ascended. It's bullshit. Otherwise, I wouldn't have used it on her. I would have just waited. But you know, you want to be able to use the fun gimmick on Steno as soon as possible. Although I need to actually level her skills. I've kind of been waiting to level anyone's skills though until we get a event. Probably should have had Steno punch the Roman soldier. Look at them doing reinforcements nonsense. Chat, how come they bothered to make a Greek soldier and Steno's attack animations, but we don't have a Greek soldier as a mob, and they keep having to use Roman soldiers to represent Spartans and shit? Like, what the fuck? Like, literally use that sprite right there and just twink its animations to work as a trash mob. And then there's your Spartan, and literally anytime you need to use a Greek soldier. Like, goddamn. Like, they need to do that, and then they need to make a generic, like, human fighter, right? Because they've had a lot of stories where you got, like, the human resistance in Lost Belt 6 and everything, and the humans in Babylonia. They need, like, just a generic human soldier that is not specific to any nation, but just kind of has a nice, you know, adventurer, armored up guy look or whatever, right? You know, a soldier dude, right? That way you can not just, everyone's Roman for some fucking reason. Because the thing is, the Roman soldier doesn't look like a generic soldier. He looks like a fucking Roman soldier. He's super Roman, right? It's not like is this guy Roman, question mark? It's like, no, yeah, it's obviously a Roman soldier, right? So the fact that they use it as a stand-in for so much stuff is just, it don't fucking work. Look at her hitting for 12k. And I'm surprised they don't use the French soldiers more when they need generic stuff. Probably less recognizable to normies, I would think. I was so... Yeah, he doesn't count as man, so... It's like, if we could instant that, that'd be great. Didn't really work out. That is a rock. Like, how could this possibly fail? Imagine, like, you know, you're in this big combat scenario, there's all these monsters and, you know, things running around, it's a big chaotic fight, and you got your group of servants, you know, so you got David and Protoku, right? And then Steno's like, no, wait, step aside, boys, I got this, right? And then she just smiles at a golem, and it just, you know, punches her right in the face, like, yep, that's how I would have expected that to go. It's like, it's a rock! I'd like to remind everyone, lore-wise, Steno is weaker than the class container of Assassin, so... This is the last enemy, so I can just... no point in worrying about NP gain. My work here is done, indeed. Come on, 20% crit. Nope, on one of those stars. Okay, not exactly the hand I would have liked. Good thing this content is easy as fuck. David, you couldn't crit there. David almost died there. Alright, just for the lulz, let's see if we can get a nice juicy crit here. Come on, Protoku, 40% chance for greatness. That's what I'm talking about, 21k at level 40. That's actually not that bad at level 40, really. It'd be atrocious if it was level 70, and our skills were leveled and whatnot, but... what do you think of the new Rainbow Six characters and Arknights? I really like them because I like Rainbow Six. And I got so lucky, and I got all of them. And, because I had never used like those cube things that you get throughout the game. I don't know what they're called in Arknights, but like every time you beat a stage, they give you like a cube, right? And you can turn those cubes in for like the SQ stuff. So I turned all what I had in and whatever SQ stuff I had saved up, and I got all of them. So feels good. So I'm gonna play Arknights more because of that. It's a bigger roster of units I like. But yeah, I like Rainbow Six. So yeah, he's only a 5-star, but he's awesome. So who cares? I don't use 6 stars much anyway. Ash is the 6-star, right? Ash will probably be like the only 6-star I use because I always do budget stuff in that game, right? I keep it really budget. So I'm gonna be like budget plus Rainbow Six. That's the goal. If I level any 6 stars, it'll just be the ones that I really like you know, Phantom or something. But I like not using a bunch of OP shit in that game because it makes the more mundane stages actually like a thinking puzzle, which is nice. Which coup has the most impactful strengthenings? Regular coup, like 100%, because his first skill, that first skill buff was just completely busted. Now, in terms of, I will say, in terms of changing their performance, Proto's Q's buff really did change his performance a lot. It's just that regular Q was so far ahead of him to begin with that, you know, Q's way more ahead. But Q's first skill buff was pretty wild. You know, potentially getting 50% attack up, right? It doesn't help all the time. You know, a lot of times it's only 20% attack up, and sometimes 20% attack up doesn't make a difference with the damage thresholds. So like you would have killed on that turn anyway, or failed to have killed on that turn, even with the 20% attack up, right? That kind of stuff can happen. But it's 20% is still good. You're not going to complain about it. And if you do get higher than 20%, then it's really, really good. I wish Darius had Divinity. God damn it, that would be so helpful. We need like Xerxes in here or something. Like Berserker with Divinity with Steno would be really good. We have all class types. Do that. What a team. Yeah, I've liked Rainbow Six not only just for Siege, I actually, I haven't actually never played Rainbow Six Siege, but I watch it all the time. I watch people play it a lot. I watch Cairo play it a lot, and I really like just watching people play that game. But I played Rainbow Six though before Siege, right? It was an IP long before Siege. I played like the old computer games, like Rogue Spear and all those. Like, so I've always liked that stuff. And so them adding, you know, them into Arc Knights, obviously I'm a fan. And Blitz is my favorite character in Rainbow Six Siege. Like, Blitz and Gloss are my favorites, and Blitz is in it, so, you know, fuck yeah. Let's see, Hercules has Divinity, GudaGuda has Divinity. What else is there? I don't think Kentucky does. No, he does. Yeah, he's just really low ranked, but it doesn't matter as long as they have any kind of divinity to get it. Man, Kentucky would be so fun, dude. I'm always saying how like Kentucky is super fun gameplay wise. Because he's good, but he's not broken. But he gives you unique options with that huge battery. I would love Kentucky on this account. If I'm doing Steno memes, like you turn 1, use his battery, get the giant divinity boost, and then just, you know, bonk someone. Like, that would be so much fun. God damn it, dude. I might even try to roll in Kentucky on this account at some point, but he was just rated up, so I'm not going to have any opportunities to get him anytime soon. That sucks, man. And I have Kentucky, Berserker Kentucky in my ult account, but I'll probably summon him sometimes. I think that's fair. I don't think that's, like, too broken to be summoned Kentucky. Tamcat probably has Divinity. Oh, she doesn't. That's weird. I guess just fallen too far from grace there. Who else for Berserker? Ku Alter definitely does. Pinth does. Oh boy, Pinth would be good. Pinth would be really good on this account. That'd be awesome. Hope we get spooked by her at some point. There's actually a pretty good number of Berserkers with Divinity then, honestly. And Brunhilde should, because she is a Valkyrie. Yep, she has Divinity too. So yeah, there's a lot of Berserkers with Divinity. And those are good ones too. Like Brunhilde, there's your big AoE, also survivability. Pinth, your support. NP very quickly, high damage. You know, Kentucky, super quick, just boom, 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 single target nuking, right? You got a lot of good options there, and Ku Alter needs no explanation. Yeah, Kentucky on this account would be a blast, so I hope somehow we get the opportunity to get that. So the one thing I don't like about Stage 2 Siegfried is like the knee armor looks incredibly stupid. Right, it's like hovering all in front of him, right? It's like, it looks like twigs, you know, really like wire, right? It's so dumb. I dislike that greatly. And honestly, I kind of like the shoulder pads more in Stage 1. I'm actually starting to really like Stage 1 Siegfried. Like, I just like the gauntlets in Stage 2 more. If I could just have the gauntlets in Stage 2 and the rest of it be Stage 1, I would just use Stage 1. But Stage 2 just has, like, you know, floating shoulder pads and floating knee guards, right? Kind of dumb looking, where Stage 1 looks a little bit more, I don't know, normal. So I don't know, maybe I will use Stage 1, we'll see. Oh yeah, Siegfried already gets his 3 skills. He's unique. He gets his 3rd skill before his 2nd skill, if I remember correctly. And he just starts with his 3rd skill automatically. So it's actually, his 3rd skill is his 2nd skill until you unlock his 2nd skill, then it moves over. I don't like Stage 3 Siegfried. I know a lot of people do. I have several people in my chat, like right now, that I know have Siegfried in Stage 3, and more power to them, right? They shouldn't change it on my account, but I do. If you're gonna be dragony, you gotta be way more dragony than that, right? It looks like a bad Halloween costume to me, right? It's like, it's so little dragon stuff that I don't buy that it's actual dragon stuff, right? It just looks like he's wearing a silly costume or something, so see, it's never been my cup of tea, but what are you gonna do? I should have put quick card oh, damn it, I didn't think Proto Coup would kill there. But some people like it, you know, good for them. You know, if they like it, you know, use whatever you like, that's kind of the point. I like Siegfried enough, though, that I'm not mad if I have to use him in any of his stages. It's not like I loathe any of his stages. Not one of those. I like how I got everyone's NP, but look at these guys. Yeah, get that Protoku NP for that 6k skeleton. Yeah, that's important. Now imagine if Siegfried had Divinity right here. There's no reason to do Steno's NP here. I'm just doing it because I want to see the numbers on an NP1 level 40 Siegfried, because he doesn't have his upgraded NP yet. You gotta be like level 70 or some crap for that. And he doesn't have his Buster up either, and obviously he's not leveled, so it's gonna be kind of bad. And his CE gives him no damage up, so quite a bit working against us here. It's respectable for this level range. I mean, it's not amazing, but I'll take it. It's respectable though because he has all the attack buffs. Happy to get that bone. This is a long chapter. I guess I just stick with what I got. Seems to be working well enough. There's some Kentucky music right there. I feel like I haven't used Kentucky in a video in a long time. I need to fix that. Kentucky is a very likable character. His Berserker design bothers me a bit, and I don't think it's like their best design, but you know, I like his character and gameplay a lot. And then Rider Kentucky looks awesome. I wish I had a Rider Kentucky skin for Berserker Kentucky. Yep, Septim is such a bad story, and then it's crazy long. We're decently far through it, though. America is another really long one, though, in terms of number of stages. It's super fucking long, and it's not so good either. The gameplays are taking a little bit better, but there's so many... The boss fights are okay if you're not over-leveling them, but there's so many filler stages. There are so many goddamn filler stages in America. I'll probably do most of America off-stream, and what I'll do is I'll start streaming this account more seriously, like, as of America, at the end of it, though. I'll get to, like, the ending part where all the boss fights are, and that's when we'll kind of, like, start the official streams for this account. Where, like, the whole stream is just dedicated to this, and we don't do account reviews or any of that. Or maybe we do, like, a account review at the end of the stream just cuz, but, you know, you put that on YouTube and, you know, on a playlist and all that, right? So we'll take it more seriously then, because then you go from America right into Camelot, and obviously Camelot's when things get, you know, better. I might do some of Babylonia off stream though, just because there's a lot of filler there too. But I don't know, the game's harder at that point, so I'll probably just stream the whole thing at that point. Let's see. Yeah, the Demon Pillar and Mev, Walter, you know, those are good enough boss fights if you're not over leveling them. It's worth doing for sure. At least stream the part where they kill Nero, lol. Put a contempt in that request. Remember my ult account, the Hercules one, that just got Fionn over and over and over again from Story 7? We haven't actually leveled them because that account hasn't done any like farming leveling. It's only done main story challenge quest leveling. If it ever levels anything for farming though, it'll be Fionn because he's like so powerful on that account. It's ridiculous. Yeah, and Enkidu, I got Enkidu like a million times. That's a lot of HP actually. I'm gonna go ahead and throw this out. Gonna cover our ass. By the way, Darius is immune to charm in lore, but he's not in gameplay because old FGO is kind of a joke like that. Basically, all berserkers are actually immune to charm. It's just the benefit of their class. Oh, we'll still play, we're still gonna play the Herc account, 100%. We're still gonna use Nursery Rhyme and Geronimo, all that. The only reason I'm not really playing it right now is because it's mostly caught up with the story. Like, we've done everything. We've done all the Epic of Remnants, I think. Have we? I think we have. And we beat 5.5, so all we have to do is Lost Belt 6. But I just played Lost Belt 6, so I'm not like, yeah, let's do it again, right? So I'm just giving it a break, right? Whenever I feel like, yeah, hey, we haven't done Lost Belt 6 in a while, so then we'll do it, right? So we're still gonna play it. Also, I'm not sure that account's ready for Fluffy. I haven't actually logged on that account in a while, so I'll have to look at it. It'll be fine for Fluffy if I level its Enkidu, which I haven't done yet. So whenever we have Enkidu ready, it'll be ready for Fluffy, I think. Because it's got some solid stuff. It'll be tough, though. Oh, God, it'll be tough. We'll have to get our Asclepius skill ranks up and our Mash's skill ranks up if they're not already. I don't really remember where that account is. Oh god, those are archers. No wonder Siegfried didn't do anything. That was not the best turn we've ever had. Am I really prioritizing Steno NP gain right now? If Siegfried had his NP gain buff, I would do it the other way. You know what sucks is if Siegfried had his buffed NP, he'd give himself NP gain up right there. Looking a little oof right now. Okay, Steno was actually the DPS all along. Yeah, if you use or you use friend supports to make, you know, shit easier, you can get through 1.0 like it's nothing. You can just blitz through it, but I don't like doing that. It's no fun. I don't really mind doing that though for the really early stories because they're so shitty and easy and boring no matter what you do. Like, who cares? But yeah, I like actually fighting the bosses and, you know, having the account deal with it itself. You know, pick itself up. You know, it's got to get past Swain on its own and shit like that. It's just a lot more fun to me. And you learn more that way, and you get more experience that way, and it gives you a reason to, you know, level up your single target stuff and so on and so forth. Well, somebody's gonna get blasted. He literally attacked the only one that he could probably have killed Siegfried, and then he would not have killed Steno, but he would have hurt her a lot, and then he decided to shoot Protoku, who not only had evade, but was counterclassing him, so even if he hit him, he would do half damage. Not the best play we've seen. He was just throwing, he gave up, he didn't care anymore. We've all had that friend, right? They're playing a game, like, you know, with friends or whatever, and they just like, just start running into a wall because they feel so far behind, they don't want to play anymore, right? That kind of thing. That's what that skeleton was doing. Feels bad, man. He had enough. Yeah, threw his controller down. I miss Romani. I really do miss Romani because not only is he a legitimately good character, but like the Chaldea crew used to not be lame because they at least had Romani. Now Chaldea just sucks. Well, we've got I forgot how to say his name. God damn it! But Gordon, whatever, you know, Gordon Ramsay plus. You know, we at least have him, right? He's good. But like, I don't give a fuck about Gordolf. That's what it is. Yeah, he's awesome. I like him a lot. But he doesn't get that much screen time. He absolutely does not get that much screen time. Romani got way more. Now it's like Da Vinci all the time. And I fucking hate Da Vinci. Especially Lolly Da Vinci, just super annoying. I really do not care for like the Chaldea gang anymore, other than Gordolf, he's great, but yeah, it's kind of annoying. The permanent cast in Lost Belt, I do not care for in the slightest. I'd been so much happier if there were like literally anything else. Why couldn't Ricky be main cast? So he's in every fucking singularity. Like that'd be way better. But nope, Holmes is Moriarty's way better. I like Sherlock in like concept, but I don't like him that much in FGO, to be honest. His voice actor does a good job and all that though. Yeah, Hans. Oh my god. It's not just because I like Hans. Hans legitimately, I think, would be amazing in the main story. if he was part of the main cast and in it all the time, because he will just roast every fucking character ever. You'll get so much insight because of that. That'd be so good. That would I absolutely think that should have been done. That would have been maybe in 3.0, maybe in 3.0. That would have been absolutely incredible. I don't have another saber, so we'll just stick with what we got here. Copium 3.0 Hans joins Chaldia, yeah. So, tomorrow there's probably not going to be a stream. I've got my doctor's appointment and it's going to take like all day. It's a long one. You never know. Maybe, you know, if I feel good and, you know, I got some time at night, I wouldn't mind, you know, jumping on here and hanging out with everybody. But unlikely. It's unlikely, and I really should get some video editing done. I'm really behind on that. So yeah, probably no stream tomorrow though. But we'll try to get back on the horse as soon as possible. But I'm really dreading is I have to wake up kind of early tomorrow because of it. Not going to be ideal. They could make Wady a pretender if they wanted to, so we'll see. I would certainly like to do Card Knight's co-op at some point, but I don't even know what its co-op is. Also, you know, I only level low stars in that game, so, you know, my usefulness to my teammate is probably pretty low. I have never leveled a 6-star in that game. Even though I have a bunch of them. I just show it off in a minute, because I haven't not actively played Arc Knights at all, and only recently have I rolled. But I've had godly luck in Arc Knights, dude. When the few times I do roll in that game, it goes so fucking well. Yeah, I got all kinds of crazy shit on my account, but I don't level any of it. I only level the 1 to 4 stars, and mostly just the 1 to 3 stars. Yeah, it'd be cool if we kept them as Beast, just because it'd be cool if we got a Beast. But, you probably get Caster, Beast, Pretender, like, you know, there's a lot of ways we can go about it. Wait, why did I never cast his Golden Rule? I was clicking, like, so many things that had to do with NP gain there. That was a mistake, because if I had cast it earlier, he'd have his NP right now. It's the tutorial golem. Actually, I think he might have been a different color. Was he a different color? I can't remember. I know they have you fight the tutorial golem in, like, case files or something. They do bring it up again. I'm not 100% sure if this is it or not, though. I don't remember. You know what? We'll smile. Not much reason to, but why not? He was brown. Yeah, I guess this isn't him then. Just similar situation. Well, he didn't punch Steno, so that's a thing. I really should be getting Proto-Ku NP gain, because he's single target, but I mean, I didn't know that at the time. Alright, Siegfried. If only you had your upgraded NP, this would be going a lot better. Streamer thinks all golems look the same. Nonsense. I just couldn't remember which one was which. Totally different. Oh, the early days of FGO. Where I'm actually kind of impressed that he did that much damage there. How far we have fallen. Okay, I think this is a boss fight. I think it's Waver and Alex. It's a bit of a boss fight. It's all right. I am told that this was like the boss fight in the beta. There was a beta for FGO, and this was like, but you were so low level in that this was actually kind of hard. It was like a thing, right? I'm actually over leveled. The recommended level is 23, so I done fucked up. We're cheesing it, boys. All right, let's see. Don't think we want Ushi on the front because we're gonna kill Alex first. You know what? We're giving her Cope Scope. Let's go. Look at this team. We're gonna do great. Wait, why was my FGO license revoked? What did I do this time? Nero solo, I think not. We're overstating the stage. I'm not overstating it too much, but we are a bit. That recommended level seems like bullshit anyway, because they're level 38 and 36, right? They're literally higher level than most of my team, except for Steno, but you know. Well, I guess it's time for Steno damage. I'm gonna try to charm Waver so he doesn't cast any bullshit. So was this boss fight buffed, technically? Because Waver used to not do all the, like, the battery and whatnot. But I imagine they retroactively changed it so the NPC versions of him got his buff. Where he does give the battery. So this, if that's true, this fight is actually harder than it used to be. It's just you're so much stronger than you used to be that it's not on par. But we'll see. Maybe this Waver is the old school Waver. That'd be hilarious. The thing is, I bet it did get the buff because it's not a strengthening quest, right? That's one of the few times they buffed the unit and they just changed it, right? They didn't do a strengthening quest on an interlude to get Waver's new abilities. They just like, oh no, well, you gotta make them stronger, so they just snapped their fingers and did it. Which they should do more often, by the way. Oh my god, Steno almost one-shot at Alex. Okay, you know, she's way overstated. That's total bullshit right there. Should have cast this last turn, I don't know why I didn't. Come on, Waver, use a skill. But I would definitely think it would they buffed him retroactively just because it's like an inherent thing in the skill now, if that makes any sense. It's not, because they don't normally do their interludes and that kind of crap. Actually, I don't think Steno could solo this. I think Waver would beat her ass for sure. I think he would just like 3-shot her, especially if you get unlucky. Like maybe she could solo if she got lucky. Now I think she could solo it if she was max level, right? Or hell, if she had foe items. But at level 70, no foe, 1/1/1 skills. I don't know. I mean maybe if she landed the charms, she could probably do it. Yeah, just insta-death, there you go. But it really would be easy for Waver to kill her if it's a solo. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, that would have been over 4,000 damage, I think, to Steno. So he hasn't cast a single skill. Because to a rider, he did like a 1,600 or something. And that's what he's being counterclassed by. So actually, that would have just completely defeated Steno there. Alright, let's see how Ushi does here. Okay, this was a total joke battle. I would have needed to have been like level 20 for this to have been a real thing. Because then the enemy normal card damage would have been very threatening and I'd have killed slower. Oh, the crit. Don't think we would have killed without it. Look at those new animations. NP1 life, though. Okay. I think I'm gonna wrap up soon, but let's do another account review. I don't want to wrap up, though, because I'm not gonna stream tomorrow, but it's only a day, like, it'll be fine. Yeah, Ushi is so much better now, in terms, like, she's so OP gameplay-wise these days, and then her sprite is so much better. If I remember correctly, we're almost done with the story. I think it's like 15 or 16 chapters, and this is a shorter chapter. You pretty much go here, and then over here, and you're done. So, we're pretty close to it being over with. Alright, we got Sky Stars 27. That is also not a name that I remember off the top of my head, so, we shall see if they're in chat. Let me, size this a bit better. Okay. Alright, my account is just over a year old. I got my 300-day streak. I know absolutely 0% about the game. Well, that's not a good start. Play for a year, I don't know what you're doing. So I did a lot of stupid shit. I want to know what to do going forward. I can almost never clear challenge quests without command spells. Oof. So help with that would also help. Also, because of this, I don't have a lot of lures or any mats whatsoever. Thanks in advance. This sounds like a rough one. Oh boy. All right. Well, let's see what we're working with here. Okay. So terrible skill ranks. How are you out of lures though? Did you like lure something and then burn it? Like none of your sabers have a single rank at 10. So how are you out of lures? Right. Let me just quickly scan through this. No, like hardly any 10s. Yep. I know if you don't beat challenge quests, you don't get as many lures, but you get lures regardless. And if you do beat, you use the command spells, right? So you are beating them. All right, let me find the caster slot and do that one first. Okay. You have Asclepius, that's good. So that'd be very high priority. Let me check if you have Joan of Arc though, because it's less of a priority if you have that. You do not. Okay, so Asclepius is pretty high priority already on this account. Qingong would be good, Castergill would be good. Those three would be very helpful for this account to get their skills up. At least Hans is 10-10-10, that's good. That's a big help. You do not have a DPS caster whatsoever. If I was going to level 1, it would be Babbage, which is pretty typical. Hey, look, this guy listed Castergill, NP rank, that's good. Yeah, definitely though, Asclepius, and then just skill ranks on Castergill and Qingong. And then Babbage at some point if you ever need a DPS caster. Let me go back to the start here. Alright, so Arthur's good for farming, like absolutely. You get the battery and whatnot. Every gold is MP1 and Hokusai is MP5, Bedivere is MP1. Bedivere being MP1 really sucks for this account. That super sucks. Well, I would focus on Hokusai's skill ranks at least somewhat. Maybe not to 10-10-10, but like 6-6-6. Maybe get Arthur's first skill up some. Wouldn't worry about the other two too much. And then, I mean, Lancelot would be good, Langling would be good, I don't know. I mean, honestly, a lot of these units do pretty well with the skill ranks as they are, so I wouldn't make that too high a priority. But, I mean, you've got plenty of single target, and Arthur's good enough for AoE, so you're fine. The only issue is you lack hard survival, but, not a lot you can do about that other than leveling Fergus, but because you have Arthur, I don't think it's worth it, so I wouldn't invest too much into your sabers right now. Okay, every gold is NP1, but Ash, well, that's a good one to have at a higher NP rank. That's a very good one. It's such a good unit. Really, you should focus on him a lot if he's NP2, and he's already 10-10-4, so you really should use him a lot. He'll help you a lot, and that's another reason to get Qingong up. It's good synergy there. Okay, so we've got Summer, Artoria, Chloe, a lot of art stuff. Billy got second skill at 10, that's good. David, second skill, not leveled. Get that up. Why did you level Billy's before that? Well, they do use different mats for the most part, but definitely get David's second skill to 10. Your account needs it. You don't have Merlin or any of that, so that's going to help you a lot. But Ash is really good. If I was going to level any archer here, I would level Tristan because you have David, right? Tristan and David, that's just so much synergy, help you so much. Other than Ash, I wouldn't really worry about skill ranks too much, though, other than David's second skill, of course. But you got good options here. All right, Ku, second skill 10, that's good. That'll help you a lot. You got Enkidu as well, that's good. Golds are MP1, Panda Lancer's MP3, Cage is MP5, I know what you mean. Both Kus are getting to level 90, so they're getting grailed. Well, then focusing on Ku is really good. If you're grailing Ku, getting him to 10, 10, 10 is really worthwhile. That'll help you a lot with a lot of stages. I'd get Enkidu's second skill to 10. You can slow down on the other ones, though, not that big of a deal. For AoE, you've already got Fionn leveled, but his skill ranks will murder you. So, like, it's easier to farm, honestly, with 100 face. Well, nah, I wouldn't say that. I would just stick with Fionn for your AoE Lancer then. And even though your skill ranks are going to be scuffed for a while, you can still get enough out of him that it's probably okay. So I wouldn't worry about that too much. Okay, so this one's important. You've got good stuff leveled. It's just your skill ranks are atrocious. That's the main problem. Just across the board. I don't mean for Ryder specifically. But right now, Demeter would be really rough because you got Ryoma, who's not that good for Demeter, and you got Ushi, who is. And you have Alex, so that's good. If you level Martha, you can probably handle Demeter. Like, just getting... oh, God, Ryoma's MP1. Oh, God. Oh, God. That hurts you so much for Demeter. Never mind. You do not have what you need for that. You might want to... If you really invest into Martha and Ushi, that might be good enough. You might want to just grab Ricky, though, when he comes out. If you get him up to, like, 666 or something, that would really help. But yeah, Ryoma at NP1, that's not good for Demeter, so he's probably not worth using. I mean, he might be worth using anyway, but as like a backup. But he's not going to be that good. But Ushi is good, Alex is good, Martha is good. So definitely level Martha, and anti-debuff is good, right? It's always good. If you have her and Asclepius, that just covers your bases for anti-debuff pretty smoothly, right? Like, sure, you could have like an NP1, but it's good. Castergill and Asclepius, those are definitely the two I'd focus on, and then like Qingong because of Ashe. I mean, Ashe can carry you. Ashe is just so good. So I would definitely focus on your Qingong, but you need a lot of the generic support from Castergill and then Asclepius for like the challenge quest utility stuff. At least you got Hans at 10, 10, 10 though. That's really good. Like that's really good. That helps all of your servants really. So. Okay, Assassin. Oh boy. Well, at least Kojiro's grailed. Ushi's not that great. She's okay. Carmilla is good, but at NP1, it's not that great. As I say, every account review. I mean, some people don't need 100 face. This one needs it. If Carmilla was like NP2, I would say you could probably get away with not leveling 100 face. But because Carmilla's NP1 and then Kojiro is good, but he's still a 1-star. You're going to need another single target, I think, and it should be 100 face. Maybe don't go as ham on her skill ranks as normal, though, just because you do have a lot of other assassins that are still good. I mean, Carmella's good, even at NP1. She's still a good unit, but it's not going to be your universal assassin. I would not level 100 face, though, over leveling Asclepius, right? I would definitely prioritize Asclepius over that. Achilles, or Hercules, excuse me, is NP2. Jerker's NP5, thank God. I was so worried it was going to be like Ryoma. Getting a Jerker to 10, 10, 10 would so help this account. Then you really don't need 100 face so much. And like if you have David, right? You have David second skill at 10, and you get Tristan up, and you've got you have George, right? Yeah, you have George. So you have like good lids of protecting a Berserker, and you have Qingong. If you get Qingong up, that works so well with Jerker. I would actually make Jerker very high priority because that just covers all the DPS problems you have, and then you actually have units that can protect a Berserker. And then obviously Hercules, as chat is demonstrating, honestly, if you just level your Hercules and get his bond CE and most importantly, get his second skill to 10. That is the most important one. If you get a second skill to 10, use his evade early, and then you use all of his gut stuff, and then your evade comes back and you use it again, right? And if you like Hercules enough, you just throw 2 Grails his way and get him to 90, and that'll carry you so much. As long as you're if you're doing a challenge quest and you're struggling, as long as your team does well and gets kind of far, a Hercules can clean up. And if it's an Archer or Berserker, Ku can clean up, right? So that would help you a lot. But Jerker too, Jerker would be really... Jerker and Herc are like exactly what this account needs. At least you have Spartacus for farming, so that's good. I mean, you've got most of what you need leveled. It's just your skill ranks are bad. Assassin is quite weak and Rider is quite weak. Your Rider slot is pretty atrocious. Martha would definitely help with that, and you might need Rookie Boy or just max out Ushi. That could definitely fix it. And your assassins, I mean, your caster's pretty sad too. You have none of the big supports, but you've got all the budget ones, but they're, you know, Asclepius isn't ready and Qinggong's not really ready. Qinggong's skill rank priority, by the way, is 3, 2, 1. Like, you just count. And the 1 is the least important. You want it to be leveled up for a bit more crit down, but you really want that second skill and third skill up, because you want that maximum defense up, that maximum damage cut. That's really important. Because you have Alex already leveled, I wouldn't really worry about Medea, especially if you level Martha, because Martha also has buff removal, so I wouldn't worry too much about Medea. But yeah, Asclepius and Qinggong, very important, and maybe just try to get 10, 10, 10 on Hot Wheels, because he's that good. Martha, if you get that stuff up though, I think you'll be alright. Eventually level 100 face, but I would probably try to max out Jerker first, and just use the Berserker to cover... For like farming and typical stuff where you need single target, Jerker is going to be really good. And then for challenge quest, you've got Jerker and Hercules. And Hercules is fucking god mode. So, I mean, you've got good stuff. You have good stuff. It's just your skill ranks are fucked. And for challenge quest, you're going to want that utility, like I said, from Asclepius, Qinggong, and Martha. So most of the, if you're having problems with challenge quests, I'm not insulting you. I'm absolutely, it's just a fact. You have the units to beat a lot of challenge quests. So if you're struggling, it's just a strategy thing, right? Sure, some of these skill ranks could be better, and I will say you're hopeless against debuff challenge quests. I mean, right now your account could never deal with the debuff challenge quests. You have nothing, right? So you need, because you don't have Martha. You have Martha, but she's not leveled. You have Asclepius, but he's not leveled. Those are your two anti-debuff things, right? So unless it's an archer and you can use coup, you're fucked. But yeah, so just, you know, pay attention, practice, you know. And if you ever need advice, you can always ask me, and I'll do my best. I'm not like the best FGO player or anything, but I know what I'm doing. And I know Lodestar's like the back of my hand. So, but yeah, keep working at it. Don't give up. It's kind of fun to, you know, if you're bad at challenge quests, I think it can be fun to try to work at it and get better at them. So, Lobo would be fucking good for this account. I've recommended, you know, him being somewhat useful for a lot of people, but oh my god, Lobo is good for this account because. All you have is Alex for buff removal, and if Ryder is bad, Martha's also bad, right? Where Lobo will help you with all those other classes, and you do not have a good unit for Zeus. And Lobo will fill in for Demeter even because of the buff removal. So I would quite high on the priority list level Lobo because it gives you the debuff removal that you need, gives you generic DPS to fill in your gaps. Very much. I think Lobo would be really good. It's a shame he's not in P2. Oh my god, if he was in P2, I'd actually say it'd be literally top priority. But because he's on P1, I would not make it top priority. Good thing you got the 10 to 10 mash and 10 to 10 Hans. So if you get that David second skill to 10, you got that backbone, you know, free supports. And then if you get Asclepius and Castergale, you're looking pretty good. So I mean, this is a fun account. I would enjoy playing this account. To be honest, this kind of stuff. I think it'd be you know, you're gonna have a hard time with challenge quests, but you've got options, so you can, you know, make it work and, you know, figure it out. But yeah, oh yeah, Tristan too, that's true. Tristan has buff removal as well. So that, honestly, if you level Tristan, that does lower the need for Lobo, but again, this account would have a hard time with Zeus, I would say, unless you leveled Lobo, then it'll be much easier. And Zeus is coming, right? The lightning striketh, but you got time. You have like a good chunk of time before Lost Belt 5-2. But yeah, Tristan would be decently high priority on this account. Not as high when I think about it, though. Look at the other stuff because you have Hot Wheels. David's good enough to hold you know, the support, and then you've got Hot Wheels, which is so good. So Tristan really is good, but I'm thinking he's lower priority, definitely lower than Asclepius, no question on that. Way lower than Asclepius. Maybe even lower than just getting Jerker to 10, 10, 10, really. But whenever you get around to leveling another archer, if it was me, I would, whenever I ever got around to it, it would be Tristan, right? It probably wouldn't be the next thing that I level by any means because you have Hot Wheels, you have David, you have Chloe, you have a lot of stuff for archers. So, but yeah, you do need utility on this account. Oh yeah, I don't know, that maybe Tristan is higher priority because he has debuff clear as well. No, he doesn't on NA. This is NA, not JP. Never mind. If it was JP, I'd say Tristan would be really high priority, but yeah, he doesn't have the debuff clear on NA, so never mind. But yeah, I mean, good luck. I hope, oh, let's look at CEs here. That's important. Okay, well, you've been playing for a while, so I think you got a good variety of stuff here. You got aerial drive. That's really good for your Ash and such, so that's good. You got the Guts one. That's good. You got Painting Summer. That's good. That's probably worth leveling more. Maybe get to like 45 or something. That'd be good. You got that Ishtar one. That's pretty good. Not as big of a deal, though, because you've got aerial drive. You got AK Scope 2030, Sakura CE, that's good. You got the Anti-Berserker CE, that's good. That's a big help for challenge quests. And don't forget that that CE has ignore armor on it, so that's very helpful. Got Formal Craft, I mean, it's looking good. You got a pretty good spread of starting MP and then non-starting MP. If you need anything, it's Art of Death, unless you're planning on getting Yang CE down the road. But yeah, I would say leveling up an Art of Death like level 40 at least or something like that would definitely be good. Ooh, boy, that's not a good feeling. How did that happen? Jesus. But yeah, Art of Death is definitely something you're gonna want to get going on this account. But yeah, no, you got options. You got a nice spread of stuff, so not bad. I hope I can get an update from this account at some point. I'd love to know like how it just how it's going with this thing. But okay, boys. I think that's enough for today. Again, probably no stream tomorrow, but I'll try to stream again as soon as possible after that. Thank you all a bunch for hanging out. Hopefully we'll have some real content to do soon. We haven't actually done any like actual content in some time, but I've been lazy with this account, right? I just haven't done a lot on it, so but we'll get there. And if we want to, we can always play the Herc account in Lost Belt 6, but Lost Belt 6 is so boring until the end, so that'd be pretty dull for a while as well, I would say. Okay, well, who doth we raid? Let's raid Ludes. I haven't raided him in a while, and he's doing some FGO nonsense. Oh wait, he's actually doing like non-FGO stuff. So I guess we'll raid someone actually playing FGO here. So hold up, let's see what we got. Oh, Kadroth, there we go. Kadroth raids us all the time, so we'll return the favor here. All right, boys. Hopefully, I will see you all soon, and later.